Okay, so you can share your slides.
Okay, my slides, yes. Okay. Can you see my slides?
We can indeed.
Okay, thank you. So I'm very happy to participate to this workshop and present our paper. I'm not there since I was telling to Elsa that I have 7 months son. He's dependent on me, especially at nights. So it would have been impossible for me to come to Turin, but I hope to join you next time. And the paper I'm presenting is a joint paper with Marta De Filippis. She's a colleague of mine at the Bank of Italy. She's online, so she can answer questions in the chat during the presentation. And this paper is about the effect of lengthening the working horizon on the labor supply of middle-aged individuals. And why do we focus on middle-aged individuals will be clear in the next slides. So aging population is one of the major challenges that developed countries are facing because it brings an increase in the dependent population and a reduction in the active population, especially in the presence of low fertility rates. And many these conditions put in effort pension systems, and especially pay-as-you-go pension systems. Many countries reacted to this problem by implementing reforms that delay the legal retirement age. And these reforms are considered double dividend policies because they entail on one side a reduction of the dependent population, and on the other side an increase in the active population in the sense of an increase in people working on the labor market and an increase in the tax base. So in order to have a double dividend policy, it's crucial to estimate to have a positive labor supply response as a consequence of these pension reforms. Most of the previous literature focused on the labor supply response coming from older workers, where they consider older workers those who would have been eligible to retire before the pension reform took place, but they are not eligible to retire anymore after the pension reform. So they look at individuals that in the absence of the pension reform, they would have been able to get a pension benefit. So it's a pure income effect. This is the main focus of the previous literature, and overall the literature has found a positive labor supply response by older workers. But in some cases, these labor supply responses are smaller because they mainly depend on the presence of other income support programs. They can be used at place of pension benefit. For example, they can decide to enter an employment scheme and then go to pension. So in this case, the labor supply response is absent. But another reason why these effects can be small is because it depends on the availability of private pension schemes on which individuals can rely on. But the labor supply response coming from a pension reform can affect also younger individuals, because also younger individuals are affected by this change in perspective in terms of working horizon. Because also younger individuals, in this case, even if they are not eligible to retire even before the pension reform, they are affected by a change in the terms of working horizon. For example, if the working horizon is defined by the legal retirement age, they see their working horizon increasing by, for example, 5 years. If they have been, they would have been eligible to retire in 2 years, and after the pension reform in 7 years. So why do we figure out a labor supply response for younger individuals associated to this working horizon effect? There is first a wealth effect, especially in those systems characterized by defined benefit pension schemes, and an increase in the working horizon. So a postponement of the legal retirement age brings a reduction in pension wealth, in lifetime income, and it increases labor supply. So this what we call the wealth effect. But there is also another effect, that is the intertemporal substitution effect. For individuals know that they are going to work longer when old, and they could decide to anticipate when they are young the labor supply response. For example, because they figure out that when old, their health condition conditions would be worse, so they prefer to anticipate the labor supply response under some conditions that could be standard in intertemporal labor supply models. So in this paper, what do we do? First, we start looking at seeing that it's very difficult to estimate this anticipatory effect, labor supply effect for younger individuals, because it's difficult to find an exogenous variation in terms of how individuals are affected by the shock. Usually, young individuals are affected by pension reforms in a similar way. So for this reason, it's impossible to find an exogenous variation in the way in which individuals are treated. But we exploit the shock, the pension reform implemented in 2012 in Italy, that brought an increase in the full retirement age up to 7 years, for example, for women, as we will see in the following slides. And the change in the pension rules was unexpected. It took place at the end of 2011 and implemented in 2012. And it was a well understood change in the full retirement age. And the full retirement age, a key point for our study, for our identification design, the full retirement age increased heterogeneously across individuals depending on some observable dimensions. And we exploit these characteristics of the pension reform in the increase in the full retirement age in order to estimate in a difference in differences framework this forward-looking effect that is the labor supply response by younger individuals. And in younger individuals, we focus on middle-aged individuals, both as for reasons related to robustness of our results and those for also the robustness of the assumption that we make to implement our identification strategy. And we look also at spillover effects on partners' labor supply, because now there is a growing literature that show that partners respond to shocks to their partners. And so we want to investigate whether this shock that was sizable had any consequences for also partners' labor supply, in the light of some coordination among partners or some substitution among them. And then we also estimate the direct effect, so the effect on older workers, on workers that are close to the eligibility for pension reform, that their pension benefit has been postponed. We estimate also the direct effect, despite this is not the innovative part of our paper, because it allows us to provide an evaluation of the magnitude of this forward-looking effect with respect to the most common direct effect. I will not focus on this on my presentation because of time constraints, but it's in the paper and it's very useful to have an idea of the importance of this forward-looking effect. That is the core of our paper. So in terms of previous literature, briefly, now there is a growing literature looking at the effects of pension reforms on younger individuals. Few papers look at labor supply, but other papers look at health, for example, savings and private wealth, or also sick leaves. As for the papers on labor supply, the effects are usually small or absent, but positive. And this is mainly due to the fact that previous pension reforms that have been analyzed are small and, for example, mainly involved men, while in our analysis we investigate the effect both on men and women. So moving to the core of our paper, our treatment and the data that we use, as for starting with the institutional framework in order to explain how the pension reform affected differently individuals. So in Italy, there are 3 options in order to claim full retirement benefits. First, the old pension scheme that asks a minimum age requirement. And before the pension reform, this was 60 60 for women. So women, in order to get the, in order to access old age pension scheme, need to reach 60 years old. As for instead men, they need to be 65 years old with at least 15 years of contribution. Then there are two other options that can allow to get the seniority pension scheme. There is no difference in the amount in terms of old age and seniority, but they mainly depend on years of contribution from when the Dini reform took place. So in order to get the seniority pension scheme, two conditions can be alternatively reached. The first requires a minimum number of years of paid contribution to the social security system, and before the reform it was 40 years of contribution. And then there was also the quota system that takes a mixture of a minimum requirement as for age and a minimum requirement as for years of contribution. For example, it was 59 years old in terms of age and 35 years of contribution. Early retirement in Italy, in some cases was possible, but very penalized, and in other periods it was not possible. So in reality, it was not a real option for individuals. So the main benchmark for individuals in order to understand when they are going to retire is the full retirement age that is defined according to these three schemes. The 2011 pension reform that was implemented in 2012 introduced stricter eligibility requirements for all these schemes. As for old age, the retirement age, the legal retirement age required increased up to 67 years old. Initially, it was the increase was more smoothed, but for those individuals that we look at in our analysis, the increase was to it was up to 67 years old for both women and men. So just to have an idea, for women, the change in the legal retirement age for the old age pension scheme was 7 years, while as for men it was 2 years. And then also the requirements for the seniority pension scheme changed because it was required 42 years of paid contribution for women and 43 years of paid contribution for men. And moreover, the quota system was completely abolished. And this brings a big change in the full retirement age. And this change in the full retirement age is heterogeneous, depending, as obvious, on gender, on the years of contributions, but also on age, because it was smoothed over time depending on individual's age. So we define, on the basis of these characteristics that are age, accrued years of contribution, and gender, we know that the full retirement age is determined. So in order to have an idea of the change in the full retirement age, we define cells Q that are based on the interaction of these characteristics. An important assumption that we make as for years of contribution is that once we observe individuals from that time t, we observe that they participate to the labor market every year. So we assume continuity of their working life. And this assumption is necessary in order to compute the full retirement age. And we check on a different data set, that is the IMPS data set. This assumption is robust for individuals that are more than 35 years old. And this is the reason why we estimate labor supply of middle-aged individuals, because for younger individuals, the assumption is not robust, and we prefer to focus on this age group. So on the basis of this full retirement age that we are able to build, combining all these characteristics, we build the time invariant measure to the policy shock that is defined at level as a cell Q level. The shock is the difference in the full retirement age post-reform, the Fornero reform for cell Q, minus the full retirement age defined before the reform, so pre-Fornero reform. So the data that we use are the SHIV data, that are data provided by the Bank of Italy from the years 2004 and 2016. This is a biannual survey on 8,000 households per wave, and it's crucial that we have information on the number of years of contribution paid to the social security system. We have information on partners. This is crucial for the family level analysis, and also we have information on expected retirement age. This is a crucial information that we use in order to verify, to check the robustness of our identification strategy. We are working on more results based on the data from the social security accounts from IMSS data. As for the individual analysis, only because the family dimension is not available in the IMSS data. So as for the family analysis, we keep on relying on the SHIV data. So we use this data in order to build the shock for each cell Q defined on age, years of contribution, and gender. And here we, in these figures, you can observe the distribution of the shock by gender for women and for men. So for both genders, the shock goes from 2 to 7. But the source of the shock is different according to men and women, because for women that they typically have less continuous working career and years of contribution, the big change comes from the increase in the legal retirement age for the old age scheme that was up to 7 years. As for men, instead, they have more continuous working life, and the big shock, so the bulk of the shock, that is 3 years, comes from the fact that men usually retire under the quota system, and this is the reason why we have also higher shock than FER, that is the maximum shock that we have for the seniority. And these are the difference between men and women in terms of the shock, but we have much variability both for gender. And so as for the analysis of our forward-looking effect, that is the effect on individual level labor supply of middle-aged workers, we separately estimate for men and women by age group in the period 2004-2016 the following regression in a differences framework. We estimate the effect of being exposed to the shock on participation, where the dependent variable is a dummy equal to 1 if the individual I in cell Q is active at time T in the labor market. The coefficient of interest is beta 1, that is the coefficient associated to the time invariant measure of the policy shock, that is the cross-sectional variation in the full retirement age that take place at a given level of cell Q. And then we have a bunch of controls. We have a cell Q phase effect, other controls that refer to marital status, region, sector, and whatever. So it's crucial that here in this, to estimate this regression, we consider those individuals that are not eligible to retire even before the reform. For this reason, middle-aged individuals, and the effect of the working horizon, because there is no income effect in terms of being eligible for an income benefit, and the reform took away the benefit. In any case, we are not talking about individuals that in time T would have been eligible to get a pension benefit. So it's pure the effect of the working horizon. And these are individuals that are not eligible to retire even before the reform, but they are reasonably close to retirement. It means that we do not consider individuals that that never participate to the labor market, because it would not be credible that at some point at age 45 they start to look for a job, not being never been on the labor market. Our research design is identified based on two main assumptions. So first, the full retirement age defines the length of the working horizon, and our time invariant measure to the shock measures a change in the working horizon, only if individuals retire when they reach the full retirement age. And we check this assumption thanks to the data that we have, because we have also when individuals retire from the labor market, and we see that both men and women retire when the distance to retirement is equal to 0. So it means that individuals retire as soon as they reach the full retirement age. So full retirement age is binding in defining the working horizon. Second assumption that we need to verify is that individuals are able to understand the changes in the rules that occurred in 2011, and in particular, we want to see whether individuals are able to forecast, to have any expectations about their, so if they are aware of the rules and what's happening in terms of pension reforms. And thanks to the question that we have in the shift data, we are able to see that individuals change their expectations about their retirement age with the pension reform. And we can see that also the change in the expected retirement age is higher, is larger for more exposed women and more exposed men, where more exposed women, as we see before, are those with less years of contribution, while as for men, more exposed men are those with a medium level of years of contribution, those men that would have retired under the quota system. So let's start with analyzing the results of our paper. We also, for the difference in differences framework, we need to verify to check the parallel trend assumption that before the pension reform, treated and control behave in the same way. And these two graphs, these two figures, we see that before the pension reform, both as for women and men, the parallel trend assumption is satisfied, because the difference in the behavior, in the labor supply behavior, is 0, both for women and for men. But as for women, starting from the year of the reform 2012, we start to see a positive effect in terms of labor supply. So a positive difference between treated and control as for labor supply. We can see that there is no, in first immediate year of the reform, an effect, but because since we are looking at the participation at the extensive margin, looking for a job requires time, and so there are some activation costs in terms of time. So this is the reason why we observe a reaction starting from 2014, because the shift is biannual. As for men, instead, there is no result. Here are the point estimates of the regressions, and we can see that the positive effect of the change in the working horizon labor supply is visible for all women in all, for the women in all age classes, both younger women in the age class 45-49 and older women in the age class 55-59. For younger women, we see an effect that is mainly given to unemployment. It means that they started to look for a job, but as for older women, the effect is mainly on employment, so they keep on being employed. And we interpret the effect on younger women as a pure labor supply effect. And then we observe that there is also an increase in full-time employment and a decrease in part-time employment. And this is a sort of evidence on the intensive margin. So there is a positive response also on the intensive margin. We observe that these effects are motivated both by a wealth effect, so the one that we discussed before.
Sorry, can you quickly wrap up in 3 minutes, let's say?
Yes, sure. So as for the heterogeneity, there is evidence both of the wealth effect and the intertemporal substitution effect. Then we estimate the effect also on partners, and in particular, we want to see whether, since we observe an effect on women, if their husbands change their labor supply. And we do the same also looking at the wives or of those men for whom there was no change in labor supply due to the reform. And we observe that the husbands of those women who change their labor supply, so we are looking at those group of women, middle-aged, not eligible to retire even before the pension reform, their husbands respond in terms of positive labor supply responses. But we do not observe any effect on wives or of non-eligible husbands. And these effects on husbands linked to these wives that react in terms of positive labor supply comes from the fact that these are husbands that were eligible to retire before the pension reform and decide to postpone the pension eligibility in order to keep on the labor market. So there is evidence of coordination among partners in their labor supply. These are the point estimates. And this is the interpretation that we have, that wives do not respond to their husbands because in first place, husbands, they are not affected by their direct effect, but the contrary happens when we look at husband of those women that react to their working horizon. And just to conclude, in this paper, we estimate the effect of delaying the full retirement age on labor supply of middle-aged individuals, looking at these individuals that are not eligible to retire even before the reform. And we find that this effect is, despite is smaller in terms of magnitude with respect to the direct effect, is still significant, and it's important to consider this effect in the evaluation of pension reforms because it affected a large share of population with respect to the direct effect. So in aggregate terms is very important. And it's also important to consider the effect on partners. That is also an aspect that it is neglected in the evaluation of pension reforms. Okay, I concluded.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your speed as well. We made it. So any question? I would say one question from the floor, or do we have more time? No, not really. Do we have any question in the chat? I don't know. Any question from the floor? Otherwise, I have one question. Okay, then, I mean, if there are other questions later, we can also postpone the discussion before lunch. But I just wanted, I was wondering whether labor is the only channel through which people can, let's say, plan the new retirement. Because given that you use SHIV, you also have the possibility to see that maybe the couple also change their decisions on wealth accumulation. And so looking at labor as the only channel to react, let's say, to the reform could be, I mean, you could find a diluted effect because of there are other channels at work that you basically don't find. And on the partners, I was wondering whether, I mean, how much is the choice more at individual level, given that, I mean, the partner choice is always somebody else's. So I would, I don't know, I would be more, yeah, not skeptical, but I would consider this joint decision more realistic when it's closer, let's say, to retirement than rather than the planning happening at the middle age. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? No. Maybe Elsa.
I wasn't here at the very beginning.
David, the mic.
Francesca. Is there some evidence?
Can you just wait for a second, because I don't think she can listen.
Exactly. Yes, I'm not hearing.
I wasn't here at the very beginning of your presentation. Is there evidence of a similar effect on pension reforms in other countries, or is the first, let's say, paper on this specific topic, or is it your result quite innovative?
I reply to questions now, or we collect other questions before?
I don't think there is.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
Okay, so as for Elsa's question, so there are a few papers that are very recent, more or less contemporaneous to ours. One by French, that they look at a reform in Poland, but they look at the change in the way in which the pension benefit is computed. So it means so they look at anticipatory effects on middle-aged individuals, but they don't look at changes in the legal retirement age, but in the way in which the pension benefit is computed, and they find results that are consistent with ours. Previous papers are very few. There is a paper by Hérault looking at France, but they focus only on men, and the pension reform in that case was very small, only 2 years, and in fact they find very small positive effects. And there is another paper looking at a change in the pension reform in Sweden, and in that case they look at early retirement scheme. So somehow we are quite innovative looking at full retirement age and these anticipatory effects. As for the other questions, we can look with the shift data, consumption and savings, and in fact we are exploring also these margins of adjustment, and consistently with the labor supply effect, we found that there is an increase in earnings and an increase also in savings. So somehow individuals are trying to respond on these two margins, labor supply and savings. And as for your second question, that about the credibility of the response at middle age, so maybe I was too quick and I was not able to specify that the result that we find for husbands comes from not middle-aged husbands, but comes from husbands that are close to retirement. So in the sense, the middle-aged husbands, their labor supply, we found that is quite rigid, and they don't change the labor supply as a response also to their own shock. But we found a response by older husbands that in fact are those close to eligibility. And they are at the eligibility, and once their wives is hit by the shock and positively responds in terms of labor supply, also their husbands decide to work more, to stay more on the labor market. So there is no evidence of, so in theoretical terms, there is not the idea that in the budget constrained partners share their resources, so the woman is working more and the husband is working less, but it's more in the light of complementarities of labor supply. So partners, they decide to share, for example, leisures, and while the woman supply more labor on the labor market, also the husband is doing the same. So in terms of complementarities of leisure.
Okay, great. Then we can maybe we can discuss more on the complementarity of leisure after before lunch, between the last presentation lunch. Thanks a lot, Francesca, for your presentation and your answers. So we can now move. Let's clap. And now we can move to the next presentation in presence. So you have additional time available for as a premium. So by Daniele Checchi from IMSS, mortality by income position, should we revise transformation coefficients? Thanks. Floor is yours.
This is a joint paper with a colleague at IMSS. The motivating reason why we started this paper was the evaluation of the pandemic. we knew that the pandemic produced an excess mortality, and we were asking ourselves whether the excess mortality was evenly distributed in the population or whether it was uneven distributed in the population. Then, by addressing this problem, we actually needed an estimate of what is the impact of income condition on mortality. And therefore, in the sequel, you will see a way to estimate the impact of the income condition on mortality of the individual, and then the analysis of the pandemic. Obviously, if we find a strong effect related to the income position on mortality, then the connected question is, should we revise the divisor to compute either the retirement age or the divisor since the poor end up dying earlier than the rich? But I will leave this discussion to the end. A way in which this discussion is conducted, for example, in Italy, is typically associated not to income position, but occupation. There are occupations which are allowed to retire earlier, but the related idea is that this is justified as long as these people die earlier. The main advantage that we have with the other paper in the literature is that we exploit the full population administrative archive, despite not being that long compared to the Norwegian or the Swedish one we heard before, because basically the data are available, the pension data are available starting the beginning of the 90s. And therefore, we cannot observe the full working history plus the pension history plus the death of the individual. The way in which we construct our dataset is basically we take information on pension paid by INPS over a period, a fixed window of from 2014 and 2020. And there we try to observe the people who got a pension during those years back to when the data are available on this individual. There is some literature on the Italian case. We have been able to trace 3 papers, one by Leon Bruni, where they found that the top quintile has a lower mortality risk by 10%. A similar paper by Belloni, which was working on life expectancy, and they were estimating a gap between the top and the bottom quintile of 3.5 years. And then finally, there is Ghirlandi and Scotti, where they do a double exercise. They take people in their 50s when they are still working, so they are contributing to the pension scheme, and they estimate by contemporaneous method their death age. And then they take another sample, still exploiting INPS data, where they estimate life expectancy using mortality tables, and they come out with an estimate of a differential in life expectancy only for men around an age between 3 and 4. I have already said the initial question that we ask ourselves is how reliable are the INPS data compared to the population, because we cover all the world of the dependent employment and only a fraction of self-employed. The professionals are excluded by our data set because they are professional, and typically those people do belong to the top part of the distribution. Here is the ratio with the resident population as measured by ISTAT, the National Statistical Institute, and the population which is available in the archives. And we take the ratio between the two at a significant age date. And as you see, when you take the population between the 70 and the 80s, the coverage rate is between 60 and 70. Who are those excluded? The professionals are not that large. They are not 30% of the population. which means that there is a significant fraction of people who do not have a public pension according to this data. This is also surprising that when you take men aged over 90, the ratio between the people we are paying pension to and the people who apparently are resident in the country become exceeding 100%, which probably is related to people who migrated, Italians who are living abroad, where we do pay pensions. There are a lot of them in Argentina, Belgium, and so on. In order to have a comparable sample, we restrict the population to those born between the 20s and the 60s. Another choice which is relevant is that you have to decide whether working with the dependent employment only, which is the more consistent and coherent part, or take the entire population. We decided to take the entire population. Here is the kernel distribution of the two definitions. The red line are other gestioni, which includes self-employment plus specific group like people working in agriculture. The largest fraction is given by Fondo Lavoratori Dipendenti, dependent employee, which is the blue line. As you see, the other component is a bit richer, but since they are around 30%, we decided to keep them into the analysis. Another choice, which is important, is should we take what is entirely paid to the individual, therefore does include the disability pension, assistant pension, and so on, or shall we restrict it to old age and seniority pension? We took the second choice, and we computed the quintile by region of residence. We would have liked to have the region of working life, but we don't have that information, and age of birth, which means that we take as a proxy of the socioeconomic status the position you have in the distribution of your coeval individual living in the same region. This has a partial drawback, because if, for example, you have migrated back to your town of origin at the pension time, you are compared to people which are likely to be poorer than you, so you will be assigned to a top quintile. But we don't find any other reasonable assumption, but I'm open to discuss. We could have also used the entire pension paid to an individual, including survival pension and so on. The quintile in the top part of the distribution basically do coincide. Otherwise, there is some shocks in the bottom of the distribution. Obviously, if we take only pension, retirement pension on old age, seniority or old age, women tend to be negatively selected at the beginning because their retirement age, as described by the previous paper, were not present at the beginning. Here is some descriptive statistic. The sample size is 12 million people. The average pension paid by income, pension income, is in the second table. These are data by age of birth. Here is the average death, the average age at death, and the fraction of people who are deceased by the time when we do observe them. Since we are observing them between 2014 and 2019, the earliest stage cohort is basically all died, and 95% approximately are dead. And then as long as they become younger, the fraction of deceased declines. So this is our data set. Here are the distribution of the quintiles according to the two definitions. We will be using the definition on the vertical, the column. The other definition, which is the total pension income quintile, also work in a similar way. The results are not that different. In general, differences are emphasized if you use the entire pension income, but the interpretation may become questionable. We also explored, as another robustness check, whether we should aggregate the income by households. When one of the two partners dies, the information on the partner is included in the information of the main recipient, so you can add up the pension of the recipient plus the pension of the partner. In such a case, you have a different definition, which is an household pension income, and you can compute the quintiles over that definition. The correlation is quite high among the income of the two partners. But we decided that, again, this strategy was questionable because the information is obviously available only for married or widowed people. What are the outcomes that we can use to study the inequality in death? There are three potential information. The first one is the age of death. The second one is the probability of dying. And the third one is life expectancy. You will see the three analyses that we have conducted. This is the age of death. As you see, the difference between the fifth quintile and the excluded case, which is the first quintile, is basically the number of years of survival of someone belonging to the top quintile with respect to the bottom quintile. And the number here are in the order, this is the differential. Obviously, it depends on the number of controls you do include. The first and the fourth column are simply the income quintile. The second column includes region and birth year, and the third column includes region, birth year, and past sector of employment. That is to say, the administration of the pension. If you take the third column or the seventh one, you see that in terms of age and death, the difference is not that high. It's in the order of half a year. But this is a selected sample because this is the sample of people who have already died. And therefore, it is not representative of the population. This is the same. Means that between an individual who was in the second quintile compared to an individual in the first quintile survived 0.7 year more, or let me say better, it died at an age which was 0.7 year higher than the age of the first quintile. If you take this number, it means that there are approximately 2 years of difference between top and bottom quintile, which is closer to what we see in life expectancy, because life expectancy is estimated without any control. But once you add additional control, you see that the differential shrinks. Please.
For example, the first column is very low, which tells me that just the income quintiles, if I'm correct, are explained when you add the first year.
Absolutely. That's correct. But these shed a dark light on calculation based only on life expectancy without controlling. And there are, in general, I haven't seen mortality tables by income position, by region, and by birth year. which is what basically the regression is doing. This is the same model estimated each year of birth. As you see, the differential, especially in the most recent cohort where almost no one dies, are very little. If you use total pension income, the difference is a bit larger. And this is the second outcome. Here, this is a linear probability model where we estimate the probability of dying conditional on being alive, obviously. And the coefficients are to be interpreted as the difference in probability compared to the excluded case. So for this tells us that a rich person born in this age range is 5 percentage points less likely to die compared to an individual in the bottom quintile. As you see, obviously the differences are more pronounced the older is the age cohort. But again, our sample is not a full history of individual, because those that we are observing dying in that age range in our window are, let's say, the strongest individual within each income group. Again, replicating the estimate year by year, the difference is more pronounced. And you see in the age cohort between 1930 and 1940, the differential is a bit larger. Then we estimated the life expectancy starting from survival tables. And here are the number. If you look at life expectancy, you see much pronounced differences. For example, if you take the age of 65, a man in the bottom quintile has an expected life of 18 years, compared to 21 years of a man in the top quintile. And if you would like to make them on the same opportunity set, you should take a rich person approximately 4 years later. For women, the differences are less pronounced. The difference is 1 year, 0.7. And if you want to equate the expected life, you would require a woman in the top quintile to be postponed, if you wish, the retirement age by 2 years compared to the 4 years of men. Here is the plot of the life expectancy by age. And as you see, obviously, the difference between women is smaller than the difference between men, and they shrink. But in the age range between 70 and 80, the difference is noticeable for men at least. Then we go to our original goal, which was COVID, and how you can measure the effect of COVID in terms of mortality given the income condition. We use two strategies. The first one is to take a two coeval age cohort, the individual born in the 50s and in 51, observed in 2019 and 2020. So they have the same age. And again, the estimation is similar to the previous model. And you noticed, and it's done at different age, 70, 75, and 80. And as you see that the coefficient tend to change, and the difference between the COVID, which is the second column, compared to the first column, tend to amplify the difference between the two groups. Then you can compute the predicted probability by those estimates and compute the difference between the predicted probability, which is what is done in the yellow part. You read this table by saying that if you were in the first quintile, during the COVID year, you had an increase in the probability of dying by 0.1. Same for the second quintile and so on. So at the age of 70, you can say that here I was wrong in highlighting 13. I should have highlighted this one. At the center of the income distribution, the probability of dying increased more compared to the tail of the distribution. The same occur at the age of 75 and the same occur at the age of 80, which means that the fraction of population which was more exposed to the risk of dying by income position was the middle of the distribution, which means that if you wish, the rich on one side and the poor on the other survived better. What can be a possible interpretation? One possible interpretation is that the rich, please.
I mean, are these statistically different? Because in the previous table, they were not. I mean, just by looking at looking by column, no? Yeah, no.
Sorry.
This one. Yeah. So they are different, but they're not very different.
Compared to the
horizontal, if you look at them horizontally, not vertically. Now, vertically, yeah, I see. But you know, if you say the fifth quintile 0.138 inch 144, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you mean.
So then maybe these sort of outliers or this pattern, you know, in the next table would partly be explained by non-different. And maybe you have to.
I have to test it. Then we repeat.
Your tentative explanation, your idea.
Supposing that they are statistically significant, the rich had access to better health conditions. They could also, in a sense, escape from populated area and survive in the countryside. And the rich the poor, these are the more, again, robust selected sample which were probably likely to be able to face the contagion. I'm almost finished. Here we computed the life expectancy using the mortality table in the 2 years, and you can see the decline for the entire country, for Lombardy and for Bergamo, which was the area which was mostly hit by the contagion. You see that the decline in life expectancy is impressive, even if it was a temporary phenomenon, because it went, the differential shrinked just the next year. And if you compute the difference between men and women between the 2 years, you see that in this case, the fraction which worsened in terms of life expectancy was toward the bottom of the distribution. We also did an exercise in order to attribute the excess mortality. These are the people who actually died. We computed expected death by applying mortality table in 2019 to the population in 2020. And the difference between the two is what you call the excess death. And the fraction of the excess debt, as you see, was highest in the population age between 70 and 79, which tell us that our interpretation, previously based only on quintile, should control, but we don't know how to control at the same time the two phenomena, the age distribution within that. Concluding, we think we have been able to show that there is a death gradient. The problem is once you use the age of death, you find significant differences, which are also reflected in the life expectancy. But when you work on probability of dying, that difference is much slower. Our proposal, which is not developed yet, is that why instead of discussing about occupation, that it is currently done in Italy, we do not think in terms of using divisor based on the income position, which is more clearly computed and potentially known to the individual, to go back to the paper this morning. Thank you.
You told me that every question should be done at the end, so maybe you can come here because I didn't see the mic here. Okay. Otherwise, the people from online cannot listen to Roberto. Okay, the mic.
Hi, thank you for your interesting results. If I may just propose a couple of suggestions about the controls. I see that when you are controlling by sector, it is just the sector, meaning the pension fund from which the workers are coming, if I understood well. Well, it would be actually in our paper in 2010, we were controlling for sectors looking at their work histories, and actually they were really important to give robustness to the results from one side. But this just maybe it could help to have a more precise estimates, and so maybe there could be the differences by raw, maybe they could become significant. The other one is maybe a little more tricky because as a measure, as a proxy of income, you are using pensions, and that's a meaningful choice, but there could be some reverse causality selection in that, because people with a worse health status tend to retire earlier, and if they retire earlier, they will have a lower pension. And so maybe a pension in the bottom quintiles are already from a worse health. But again, just looking at the work career, you could have a measure of their income when they were working. So.
Yeah, also other questions, right? Okay, yeah.
Great. So I was trying to understand two things. First of all, that you didn't take any disability pension, I think, in the calculation. I think that is highly relevant, especially from a regional point of view. We know how relevant it is in some region, in the South, the existence of disability pension. So I wonder whether you are considering also of adding this one and see how much robust the result that you have. The second, there is a huge regional effect. In fact, the R square goes up a lot. But also, when you consider income, you're mainly consider the purchasing power of individuals. Okay, that's the main point. And I think there is a huge difference between having the same level of income in cities or in the countryside or in the other place. So I wonder whether you can add, so if it's possible to have some purchasing power measurement of income of individuals, okay, because that matters a lot. So it's not exactly the same to have the same income in Milano having in another place in Italy, okay, so that is relevant. Regarding also the COVID, I wonder whether it's relevant to take income or instead to take, in that case, I think it's much relevant to look at what you do, which kind of job you have, because the job that you have take you in a huge connection with people, okay? In that case, they might well have spread much more and put you in a worse situation due not to income per se. Of course, if you have a high income, you suppose that you are a professional, you can go away into another house and stay in the countryside, but still there are some jobs that impose you to be, okay, there and have relation with individuals. Therefore, there's a huge difference with the same income and to be exposed to the virus. So I wonder whether, so take doctors, okay? They may be having a high income, but they were the first to be hit, for example. So I wonder whether in the case of COVID, does make any sense, okay? No, it does make sense, but it's more relevant to look instead at the kind of job that you have in order to try to understand how much you were affected by the virus. And then I had the bias there, but it was already, okay. Good.
Thanks. I would let Daniele reply because we don't have more time for other questions, and then maybe other questions will be later after.
Also because my colleague, which is next paper, otherwise will complain. Very quick. It is true for a subgroup of the individual, we have information about their work history, but not all of them. And we are unable to evaluate the distortion that we introduce when we restrict the individual for which we also have information about their work history. So the only control that we can think of is using the gestione where they come from. They are approximately something like 30, 35 funds, which partly control for at least the fraction of their working life. Regarding disability pension, we do exclude them. When we include, the effects are amplified. I know that they are more likely to be in the South, but if we want to sell the story that we are capturing the permanent income position of the individual, using disability is also affected by other phenomena, and therefore using a local purchasing power. In a sense, we are partially controlling because the quintile is computed at the level of the region. So in a sense, you are deprived relative to the people you are not cohabiting, co-living with. And therefore, being in the bottom quintile in Lombardy gives you an average pension, which is different from being in the bottom quintile in Sicily. This partly answer regarding the effect of COVID. We don't have people in their working age. We are working on pensioners. Your argument is valid, but is mostly applied to working force.
Better to counter income or look instead at job people do. Try and exceed in that case.
It could be tested for a fraction of an individual. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's move to the next paper. So by Edoardo Di Porto, who will be presenting online. Hi, Edoardo.
Hi, can you hear me?
And the paper is joined with Monica Paiella on the effect of early retirement policies on employment. Thank you. You can share your slides with us.
I don't know if I can see the slide. Please tell me.
Yes, we can see them.
Okay. Thanks for having me here. The reason why I'm not in Torino is that I'm on an administrative quarantine. If you don't know what is an administrative quarantine, I didn't know as well a few days ago. It's when you are a close contact of a COVID case and you cannot represent your institution in public speeches. So, I mean, this is the situation in which I am. Oh, now, if you're asking why Daniele Ghecchi is there, it's because it's a matter of minutes. It was not having the same contact of me, so it's even more complicated. I mean, I'm telling just that just because, I mean, it's 12. And then I hope that with these 2-3 things, I'm waking up a little bit the audience. Nothing more than this. Okay, thanks, Collegio Carlo Alberto, for having me. Collegio Carlo Alberto was also my first employer after the PhD. So if today you don't like my paper, it's a bit your fault. That's something, other things that I would like to say. Okay, the paper is it's a very simple paper. Is the effect of an early retirement policies on employment. We have preliminary result from a reform that is well known by Italian, was called Quota 100, and a reform that will end up just at the end of 2021. The paper is co-authored with Monica Paiella and Giuseppe, that are my colleagues at the research center. We do something very simple. We use very detailed IMSS administrative data on retirees and employees in the private sector, and we evaluate the impact of this early retirement policy on employment. We plan to do it also at individual level, but for today, I'm going to present just some part of the result. Today is a preliminary talk. We don't even have a working paper. So today is going to be everything at firm level for these firms that have at least an eligible worker. The policy that is under evaluation is really well known. Quota 100 reform introduced in Italy at the beginning of 2019, and a really debated reform. Just to give you an idea of how much we debate about that, there was someone that was telling before the reform that for each retiree in Quota 100, we could have 3 more young workers in the firm. So it was actually, this reform would be expanding the labor market, while there were some other, maybe more wise, then you will see the result and you will understand why, that we're telling the labor market is a more complicated object. Well, motivation, I have a very stupid motivation for starting this job, because I work for HIMSS and it was my turn to this job. This is also important because you see, you will see in a while that there are many regressions that I have that are pretty non-significant results, and usually you discard these unless when you are an institutional researcher, it's you're something good to show. So for me, it's a bit different. Another more serious motivation to go for evaluating Quota 100 is because from yesterday we know that we are going for 102. Now, for those that are not Italian, it's going to be quite clear what I'm talking about in few slides. More seriously, we would like to understand if labor market is like a bus stop at peak hour. The idea is that we would like to understand what happened when in a firm someone goes out. Is there anybody that get in immediately, or there are some frictions that forbid this transfer and they may slow down employment? Okay, this is a question that is more serious in labor economics. And I can also say that in the last year, a new strand of literature was interested in this question, and especially in what happened within firm. And especially it's interested in finding if there are some firm spillover that may shape the career of workers, especially the young ones. On this literature, I wanted to say that the visiting program of IMSS was kind of helpful, because few papers that are here have been developed under our Visit IMSS program. Especially the first one here, the Bianchi Bovini Paradisi paper, was studying Fornero reform and the fact that some workers remain stuck into the firm because their retirement age was delayed, and they study what happened to the young guys that try to enter into the labor market, and they find effectively a negative effect, even if it's a short-run effect, on the entrance of this young worker. Therefore, identifying this within firm spillover. There are other papers that study this reform, and the results are not so clear. There's still some doubt. For example, the Muri papers have found some different effect on a sample that is similar. There's another related literature that uses similar shocks in terms of the exogeneity of this shock, but this is a much more gruesome literature. They use sudden death of workers to understand how firms adjust their labor demand. These papers are similar to our papers somehow, are mostly interested in friction that may alter optimal firm decisions in terms of labor demand. One of these papers, still a VC team's paper, Sovagnaski-Vardi, they found, for example, that if you lose a manager due to a sudden death and your local labor market is scarce in manager, is scarce in this skill, your firm might be very worse off because it's difficult to find another manager that can substitute that manager. Therefore, labor market is a bit more complicated. It doesn't seem to be a bus stop at peak hour. And our paper on early retirement, I think it brings something because there's few papers on early retirement actually. And it's quite related with this gruesome literature. So we can use the early retirement of quota 100 in a fashion that is similar to the one of this paper. Of course, in our case, there's a little difficulties, that is that you can be eligible for retire before, but it's not immediate and compulsory to retire. And therefore, there's a decision in the middle, there's a mediator, and it's a bit of endogeneity. And I will tell you how we disentangle this endogeneity. Okay, what we found is quota 100 had a take up of around 0.2, 0.3 in firm with eligible workers that are the one that we use today. We do not find effect on employment. Today I'm going to present mostly these results for little medium firm from 6 to 63 workers. We have studied also contract turnover, that means job, new hiring and job termination. And again, we do not find that much, but we find a significant effect on earning switch up for co-workers. So it seems that a worker goes out from the firms, is not replaced, and what happens is that somebody within the firms take his job, and more or less a simplistic view of what is happening, but this is what at the moment, what we can say at the moment. Just to give you an idea, here you have in blue early retirement. These are the flows of pensions for males and females. And here you can see the clear effect of this quota 100 reform. Okay, in 2019 and 2020, we have an increase in early retirement. Here we represent all the early retirement in Italy, not just the one of quota 100. So there's space to say something. And you can see also there was quite a different in terms of male, female taking this option. This is because, you know, this, as I'm going to explain in a while, this reform was for workers that had an important career with not a staggered career, okay? In 2019, we had 112,000 males that have chosen to go out with quota 100, and 36,000 females. Is 44% of the early retirement in Italy and 19% of all the retirees, so something important. We have also studied in our annual report who are the so-called centisti. I refer to centisti as those one that goes for quota 100, actually, from now on. They are most likely males, public workers, not very rich. I mean, the most rich, we have found that they do not leave the labor market, but they have middle or high income. Within the private sector, we have also found that the one that choose to go for quota 100 are more fragile in terms of health. They have more than 12 weeks of sickness leave benefit asked in the years previous to go for quota 100. In the yearly report, we have done something about that. So I'm just reporting what we have discovered. We have also compared the histories of the Social Security contribution of this retiree, of the centisti, with others. And it appears that they have relatively more week of compulsory contributions along their entire career, especially in the last 15 years. And more weeks in figurative or voluntary contribution, especially in the last year. So there might be somebody that pays some contribution in order to get in the early retirement, to get in quota 100. I think I have lost one slide. Just give me 1 second. I think. Okay, yes, I've lost this slide. What is quota 100? This is a very approximate vision of the Italian pension system, but please allow me to describe this in this very synthetic way. The normal retirement age in Italy is 60 years of age plus 20 years of contribution, and we have an early retirement policy that says that with 42 years and 10 months of contribution, you can go in early retirement. Quota 100 was a temporary scheme introduced in 2019 that says that you can go with 62 years of age and 38 years of a contribution, and you can retire if you have this. So as you may imagine, I mean, 30 years of contribution is such a number for contribution. I mean, you have to have a huge career. You have to be rich, and you have to have a position in the labor market. It's not so simple to go for quota 100. That has created some inequality also. And today we are not very interested in that. Okay, my sample, the sample that I use for my analysis, this is very important because I don't want that you get out from this seminar thinking that I am telling you something about the Italian economy. So overall, this is the effect of quota 100 on the firms that I'm using here, that are the firms that have been selected for causal inference purpose. I want to understand which is the behavior of certain firms that can fit to a natural experiment. Okay, so this means that I'm not looking at the overall population, even if my firms are similar to the medium firm in Italy, are not so different. But let's be very clear here. These are preliminary results. Okay, we observe. We take firm, observe every month from June 218 to December 219 that are 1 million firms out of a universe of 1.6. Then we take those firms that have a workforce that do not double across 2018, 2019. And as you can see, and not only this, but also that have to have at least one eligible worker for quota 100. We calculate eligibility at the end of 2018 within this firm along the workers of that firm. And as you can see here, we have a huge drop on firms. Okay, we arrive to 31,000 firms that we observe for a long number of months. Then we divide the sample into two subsets. And today I'm going to talk of the first subset, mostly on the first subset, even if the results are pretty similar. We have also trimmed some variables in order to get nicer results. Just to give you an idea, we are talking about firms that more or less have a median of 23 workers. So they resemble medium firms in Italy. Monthly earning is pretty in line with monthly earning that we see in Italy. So that's nothing more to say about that. If you compare what happened before January to what happened after January to this firm, it doesn't seem, at least from the crude and raw data, that something interesting is happening. And effectively, we need we have worked a lot in order to find our results. Okay, something on the eligible and the quota 100. You have more or less two eligible in the firms that we are studying. Sorry, one eligible, two in the big sample of the big firms, and more or less you have if you go from eligible to the centisti, you have 1/3 relationship. Every 3 eligible, you have one centista. And it's interesting for the methodology that I'm used, that if you increase the eligible, well, then the centisti increase as well. It is important for what I'm doing in a few slides. What we do, we treat quota 100 as a natural experiment. Quota 100 exogenously affects the expectation of some specific worker. We call this worker eligible, are these that meet the criteria of early retirement at December 2018. The heterogeneous presence of these eligibles generate cross-sectional variation at firm level, and we exploit it in a difference in difference analysis. It's an analysis at firm level. It covers this 10 or more than 10 months. And as I told you, we consider just firm eligible, and I use a treatment that is continuous. A pretty standard difference in different regression, in which we have the variable, so the number of eligible that I interact by months, and I'm gonna see outcomes at firm level. I introduce in this regression trends at sectoral level and at province level, and then I have some month dummy and fixed effect. This is the regression. We had some other specification, but more or less this is the baseline. The first regression, we consider it the first stage regression, and then in a few slides you're gonna understand what I mean for first stage, but it's a difference in difference. A difference in difference on the cumulated number of the quota 100 in the firms. It's a sort of take-up regression. It tells you something about the take-up of this policy within firms that have at least one eligible. And then we do a series of analyses that are reduced form regression that, again, it's estimating a relationship between the eligibility on this heterogeneity in eligibility and these outcomes that you see here. Okay, this is my take-up regression. As you can see, I mean, from January, there's an increment in these firms on the the cumulated number of these that decide to retire with quota 100, and in different specification, we have had a more or less, there's 30% of take up from 20 to 30. I mean, it varies with specification. This is more or less what we have found. Here you have January, the first month of the reform. We have set up also a line in April because this is the first month in which you can do your requests, and then usually IMSS has sometimes to give you the pension, and then we have problems sometimes to realize within firm when the workers is going to retirement. So we have to do some some adjustment, let's say. It's not exactly sharp what is in the IMSS data about that. Then let's start with these non-significant regressions. And the first is on, sorry, I don't see my same slide, is on new hires. And as you can see, there's not much of an effect. There's quite a substantial parallel trend at the beginning. If something is happening, is that there's a slowdown, a little slowdown in new hires after the policy take place. And here is, if I remember correctly, something on contract termination as well. We don't see that much. This is, okay, no, an important thing to say is that when you go for this type of regression, we rule out the centista from the terminations, okay? So this is, netting out the centista, you don't see any effect. Okay, going ahead, we have, okay, here without netting out instead the centisti, you can see that there's a negative effect, which is not that big, but it's clear on different type of employment. Here we have divided in blue collar, white collar, and manager. And I can tell you that after struggling a little bit with this result, we have realized that it was very simple to make a test. Basically, we test this against the take-up, which is 0.3, and we find that we cannot reject that this number that you see here is 0.3. So basically, what you are seeing here is the effect of the centista going out again. I mean, there's no effect on new hires, there's no effect on job termination, and the only effect you can see on the employment of this firm is that the employment goes down because there's a centista that is going out. Okay, that's it. But sorry, I don't know why it's jumping. Okay, the last result is on earnings switch up. What we have done here, we have taken the earnings, the monthly earnings. Actually, we have taken the theoretical monthly earnings coming from the contract of these workers, and we have calculated if there's some of these workers that switch up this theoretical earning by 1 standard deviation. This for us means that there's a substantial increment in his earning, and that these guys has probably changed his qualification. Now it's not maybe passed from blue collar to white collar, because qualification in Italian contracts can be very detailed, but for sure we are seeing people that have gained wage. Okay, so this is the number of those within firm that switch up their wage. Oh, here you see a little bit of retrend, but look at the number here, 0.05 and 0.05. I mean, we are really estimating at 0 here. And I'm showing you here just one slide on the big firms, because it's the only one that is significant, actually. And you see, again, there's an effect on earnings switch up. Last part is maybe the most complicated. I'll try to be very quick, by the way, because I'm getting out of time. What we do, we use this methodology called fuzzy difference in difference. As for now, I have presented two difference in difference regression. One, I've called it intention to treat, and it's a reduced form, and in the other one, I've called first stage regression. Well, the fuzzy diff in diff is a methodology to use these two regression in order to end up with the local average treatment effect. That is an effect of employment for these firms that have compliance with the policy. Okay, so when you have a switch from an eligible to one centista, then you retrieve the effect. It's a two-stage least square models that you can use it to retrieve it, and it's important to have pre-trend in both the stages that I have shown before, and I think that everybody is fine with the fact that I have parallel trend. Okay, so let me show you, and might be my last slide. The variables that you have seen before are the one that I'm showing you now. There's this full-time equivalent variable that we had added to this regression. I mean, again, when you talk about new hires and contract termination, you don't find anything. You find something significant on the switch up of the earnings. And again, you find some negative effect on the variables in which we do not net out, we do not rule out the centista. But again, you can test if, since here, when you have a switch from eligible to quota 100, you have a switch that goes from 0 to 1, then you can simply consider if these numbers are different from 1. And again, we cannot rule out this possibility. Therefore, it's very, very probable that here we are capturing the effect of the centista going out. I have done. We have preliminary evidence of the effect of quota 100 on employment. We believe it's important because there's not too much in the literature. We believe that it's also important because this is not going to be part of the gruesome literature. We don't use that people here. But I mean, this is not just, the last stupid thing that I say today is the fact that here we are studying a norm. Okay, it's something, it's really useful. I mean, that paper are very useful because can teach us something in terms of positive analysis, but here we are doing something normative. And again, we are going for 102, so we are doing this again. And what we can expect, I think that this analysis is showing what we can expect from quota 102. Again, let me be very clear on the fact that we are using a restrict subsample of firm with eligible workers, so we cannot extend this to the overall population. We wanted just to understand the microeconomic behavior of these firms. We employ a strategy with more or less diff in diff, bit new, but nothing incredible. And we believe that we have found a spillover, as the other papers have found, and this spillovers goes in the most clear way that you can imagine. If there's somebody that goes out from your office, somebody has to take care of that business. And that's what we believe we have found. Preliminary job, we have to work a lot. We want to work on workers, on co-workers. It's not going to be difficult in terms of the data we have. And we hope to have a working paper in some month. And really, I have finished.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's clap also. And so if there are questions from the floor or people who want to intervene from the online, otherwise we move. Okay, there is one question there.
Hello. So the quota 100 is not a zero cost reform, right? So I'm not sure whether you have shown how much this reform has been, I mean, how much in terms of public finance we have paid to implement this reform. And I'm asking that because I think that in order to evaluate properly a reform, we should take into account that. And then my next question would be, I mean, which indicator, I mean, how do you think we should produce, let's say, an indicator, a way to assess this reform, for instance, as a ratio between additional workers, additional labor market divided by cost to implement the reform, something like that. So, because I think that's an important point, right? To evaluate reform that costs something to the public finance.
This was Raffaele Corvino from University of Turin. You never say your name. Okay, thanks. So then now, Eduardo, please, you can answer because we don't have enough time.
It's such a good question, especially for me that I'm interested in public finance. As you have seen, I didn't show anything about that. I think that the way of doing that is to go for this new literature of Nathaniel Endren. They have provided quite a nice way of getting sufficient statistics of the willingness to pay for going to quota 100 or, asking for a benefit. So I think that this is the literature that we have to refer to. By the way, I think it's absolutely difficult because in terms of public finance, imagine how many things we have to take into account here. So what is welfare here? I mean, there's somebody that can tell me that even going before a certain age, if you have not a good health, might be beneficial. So, I mean, whatever we do, taking into account all the details that are around of a pension reform are very difficult, but maybe we can do something just for this part of employment, and using this literature of Nathaniel Endren that I really suggest to read because it's absolutely fascinating.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Now we can navigate the storm with Chiara Monticone from OECD. Are you here? And actually her first job also was at Collegio, at CeRP actually. So,
yes, thank you. Good morning.
Chiara, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You can.
Yes, so I'm gonna show my slides, yes. And indeed I have very fond memories.
Make it in 20 minutes would be great for your presentation.
Yes. Is it okay? Can you see my slides?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. So, this work is perhaps a little bit different in nature from the other types of papers that are being presented today. So this is a report that was written for a non-technical audience, and this is part of one of our work that we have done for the G20 this year. So this report was developed for the G20 Global Partnership for Financial Inclusion under Italy's G20 presidency this year. So you may understand that this is a bit of a different nature than the other works being presented today. Nevertheless, this doesn't mean that we have not done our best to do things accurately and in a good way. So this report is based on a primary data collection in 14 countries, some G20 countries and some non-G20 countries that you can see listed in this slide. And the motivation why we have done this paper. There are several reasons. One of these is that, as you may know, there are many international surveys to measure the financial literacy of adults and of young people, including many surveys promoted by and including PISA. But this is basically the first time that we managed to do an international survey on the financial literacy of MSMEs, more precisely of MSMEs owners. And of course, this is also motivated by the context we live in. Micro, small and medium-sized enterprises have been the most affected by the COVID crisis. And it's also interesting to look at their growing digitalization, which has increased a lot, especially in the context of COVID-19, to help these businesses cope with the shock and continue running their activities. So the survey that was used to collect the results and write these reports is based on a questionnaire that was initially developed by the OECD INFE. The INFE is a network that was basically created by the OECD and that brings together policymakers interested in financial education from all over the world. So it's not just OECD countries. And the idea was to develop a survey instrument that would be internationally relevant, that would work in different contexts. And you can imagine that MSMEs in countries like India or developing countries are not exactly the same as in Italy or in other countries. The questionnaire was initially piloted among a few countries within the INFE network in 2018, 2019, basically to make sure that the questions, especially the questions on financial literacy, were making sense in different countries, were easy to translate and were comprehensible for respondents, because this was really the first time that we tried to do this kind of financial literacy measurement for MSME owners and not for the general population. And then COVID came, and so the questionnaire was revised in 2020 to add a new section on COVID, and this, as I said, was done in collaboration with the Bank of Italy in the context of the G20 presidency. So as you may have guessed, I will not show you lots of regressions. Of course, all the data is available and is published online. But for this presentation, I will just focus on the main results. So I have summarized here the main methodological information to help you interpret the results that I will show. So the data was collected by the 14 participating countries on a voluntary basis. The data collection took place between March and September this year. So, of course, this means that we are not able to capture the firms that have not survived the crisis until 2021. So, of course, this may introduce a bias, especially in the results on the impact of the crisis, which may result as being underestimated. The survey focuses on business owners with businesses up to 49 employees. This was decided to be consistent across the countries, even though definitions of MSMEs may slightly differ in different national contexts. So this basically matches, as far as the number of employees is concerned, this basically matches the European definition of micro and small businesses. So all the analysis, all the results that you will see are based on OLS and budget regressions with robust standard errors and sampling weights. And they're all based on multivariate analysis that take into account a number of characteristics of the owners and of the businesses, including gender, the level of education, experience as entrepreneurs, the size of the business measured as the number of people, and the sector. All the analysis was conducted at country level, so all the results are done country by country individually. And then when you see average results, you will see that we have computed the average for the G20 participating countries and for the overall participating countries. So these averages are means of the country results and not based on results on the pooled sample. And of course, I need to mention the caveat that all the results are based on associations. We do not aim at showing causation at this stage. As you can imagine, given the very short time that we had to put this together, it was not possible to really go into instrumental analysis and so on. So the structure of the report, which is also the aim of this paper, is to first of all map levels of financial literacy. We also look at financial account holdings like bank accounts, savings accounts, and also map the digitalization of MSMEs. Then the report looks at how the COVID pandemic affected MSMEs. and to what extent financial literacy and digitalization help them navigate the storm, basically cope with this huge unexpected shock. So before going into the results, let me show you a little bit, let me explain how financial literacy and digitalization are measured in this report. So at the OECD, we define financial literacy in a very broad way as including not only financial knowledge, as is usually done in most of the literature, but also including behaviors and attitudes, because ultimately policy aims at let's say, encouraging more positive or more financially savvy behaviors. And so this is also reflected in the way in which we measure financial literacy. So there are 5 financial knowledge questions that can have correct, incorrect, or don't know response. And these look at to what extent the respondents understand what a dividend is, what is the concept of equity. As you will see, all these are very, very basic. And so, I mean, we have not asked for very complex concepts. There are some questions about risk diversification, the meaning of inflation, and how a loan works. Then there are a few questions on financial behavior, and the questions are designed again to capture, let's say, good or financially savvy behaviors from a business point of view. So these look at whether financial accounts are separate between the household or the individual and the business, whether the owner, the entrepreneur, does some comparison, shops around when buying financial products, whether he or she keeps track of financial records, whether they have thought about their own personal retirement. It looks about strategies for, let's say, informal insurance, how to cope with negative shock. Data security, comparing the cost of different sources of financing, and so on. And then there are a small set of questions on financial attitudes that mainly aim at capturing a long-term orientation, which normally be associated with better outcomes. So the methodology for computing the financial literacy score is very simple, because we wanted to have something that is easily replicable by anyone using this questionnaire. So basically, it's just a sum of the correct responses or good behaviors and good attitudes. And on purpose, we are giving more weight to the behavior component, because again, we think this is more important. So this gives a sum, I don't remember, out of 17, but this was rescaled so that the score ranges from 0 to 100. And similarly, for digitalization, there are a number of questions that look at digital activities related to either financial products and services or sales and other business operations. So in terms of financial products and services, the questionnaire asks about whether these owners have been opening bank accounts completely online or signing financial contracts online, and the extent of online payments from customers or to suppliers online with respect to the total amount of payments. And in terms of sales-related digital activities, basically these questions look at the use of websites and online platforms for showcasing or selling the products and services of the business. And again, this is based on a simple sum of whether respondents have said yes or whether these activities are reported to being large for the business. And then again, this was rescaled on 0 to 100 scale. Okay, so in terms of financial literacy, we see, so here you have on this graph the average results across the participating countries. All the results are split into groups between up to 9 people and 10 to 49 people, because one country chose to focus on just the micro size, the micro group of MSMEs. But on average, you can see that average levels are not very high, and especially where we look at those owners having higher financial literacy, there are not so many across countries on average and in most participating countries. And it's interesting to see that, so again, on average, and taking into account all the characteristics that I told you before, financial literacy is usually associated with gender in a few countries, not overall and not on average, but in Brazil, China, Mexico, the Netherlands, and Peru, we do see that female MSME owners tend to have lower financial literacy than male owners. And across the board, financial literacy is associated with higher levels of education, entrepreneurial experience, and business size. In terms of digitalization, this graph shows pre-pandemic levels, so that the survey was asking whether respondents were doing all the list of things that I showed you before the pandemic, and to what extent they were doing them at the time of the interview. So of course, this is self-reported, and we had not had a chance to measure all this before the pandemic happened, but we still see lots of variability between the before and after. So again, this is scaled from 0 to 100. So you can see that the extent to which MSMEs are undertaking the various digital activities shown before is not very high. And again, this is correlated with business size, with the level of education of the entrepreneur, and of course with sectors. In some sectors, the extent of digitalization is higher, especially in accommodation, food and beverage, in communication and IT, of course, as compared to manufacturing. Okay, then the report looks at the impact of the crisis on micro and small businesses. So here I'm just showing the average results, but you see that in a large share of responding MSMEs, many of them reported, again, self-reported, a negative impact on their business. Then in the reported in the data, there is a more disaggregated classification of what a negative impact means in terms of number of employees, turnover, levels of debt, liquidity, and so on. But here I'm just showing some higher level results. And many of them also reported that they have suffered lack of cash, of course, during the crisis. And again, these negative outcomes, negative impact, have been more likely among smaller MSMEs, among the micro, in the micro segment, among female-headed MSMEs, and in MSMEs in certain sectors that we already know from previous research and many other sources, including all the sectors that have greater contacts with the public and more interaction, such as food and accommodation, personal services, and also in construction. When looking at changes from before to during the crisis in terms of digitalization, again, we see that a large fraction of respondents in all countries reported that they have increased at least one of these activities for their businesses. And we also see that the firms that reported lacking cash the most, or that reported a negative economic impact, were also more likely to report to have increased their digital activities, taking into account all the other factors. So of course, this is not a causal result, but this really points in the direction of suggesting that digitalization may have helped them, may have been a strategy to try to survive the crisis. And then in the last few slides that I have, I would like to show you the results related to financial literacy. How was financial literacy related to business outcomes in the crisis? So first of all, financial literacy appears to be associated with less negative impact from the crisis, at least in a few countries. So we see that in Brazil, China, Italy, Mexico, Portugal, and Spain, the most financially literate MSME owners were also less likely to report that they suffered from a lack of cash. And in a few countries, they were also less likely to report a negative overall economic impact. You see that in a few countries, Turkey and Saudi Arabia will have the opposite and counterintuitive results, but this is actually related to some data problems, and I'm not going into the detail now. And finally, an important element that allowed many micro and small businesses to survive the crisis has been, of course, external impacts, both from governments that have put in place a wide range of measures to support MSMEs, and also access to credit from banks and private institutions. So here, what we say, again, I'm showing the results on average, and you can check out country results in the report. Basically, we do not see an association between having higher financial literacy and using government support, or at least the result is not statistically significant. But then for the respondents who said no, who had not used any type of government support, there was a follow-up question asking why not? And here we see that in this case, financial literacy, higher financial literacy is associated with a lower likelihood of saying, no, I have not used government support because I was not aware, and a higher likelihood of saying it was not used because it was not needed. So in a sense, this corroborates the idea that indeed MSMEs whose owner had higher financial literacy were somehow better able to cope with the crisis. And we also see a positive association between financial literacy and receiving a positive response on a loan application made during the crisis. However, we also see from the data that basically the vast majority of firms that asked for credit during the crisis also received it. So there is not a huge variability in that respect. So with this, I will conclude. Of course, this is a very initial analysis, very high level and very descriptive, which was also due to the very tight calendar under which we had to produce this report. However, the data set is extremely rich, and there is much more than what I've been able to show today. So there is a lot of scope for further analysis and further explorations. And we do hope to be able to have more countries participating in this survey in the future and be able to extend the analysis. And so with this, let me thank you. And of course, I'm happy to take any questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Chiara. Thanks a lot. Great. It's my second time actually that I am discussing this report. So maybe there are other questions from the floor. Otherwise, I have others, but I think not replicating the previous ones. So is there anybody, Riccardo Calcagno? And then Elsa Fornero.
Just a quick question, Chiara. You said, if I'm not wrong, that financial literacy is associated with lower losses from COVID in the economic activity. Have you, well, I presume you have controlled for the association of, I don't know whether it is possible, to the association of financial literacy with, I would say, more, with activities that are more likely to be isolated from crisis. Is there any possible explanation like this? Because it's just an association that creates some doubts, well, one wonder.
Control for sectors. I'm not sure which kind of activities you have in mind, which are more isolated. What do you mean?
No, well, there is, of course, financial literacy has an effect on the activities, perhaps that you choose to engage in or not. Are you aware of this association?
You mean the type of business activities?
Yeah.
So we did ask for, we did not ask about business activities because it's not heterogeneous, but we did ask about whether there was an impact of, as I said, lack of cash, debt, employees, turnover. So there is more disaggregated evidence in the report on different types of impacts, but no, we're not asking about different types of activities.
Okay, so I had the idea that there was some kind of selection bias, but I don't know how to explain, and maybe there isn't. So I was just wondering. I'll pass.
So you can take this as an average result, as an average impact on all the activities of the business, I would say. And of course, I agree that some activities have been affected more than others. But...
Thanks for being with us, Elsa said, I did. So next question by Riccardo Calcagno.
Well, it's just more of a remark. I mean, being an entrepreneur is not a random selection. It's a random choice. It's it's a decision. So you have this selection bias at the beginning of the survey, which I'm not worried about affecting the results. Actually, I think it's actually a strength, because only some types of persons will go for this kind of activities, maybe more men than women or something like that. So I was wondering whether, you have thought more in general how to use this sometimes weakness, but in this case, I think a particular characteristic of your sample.
So yes, there is potential for further analysis there in a few different ways. So some of the okay, first of all, what we see in surveys of the general population is that usually the self-employed tend to have slightly higher financial literacy than employees or other occupational categories. The difference is not huge, but it's usually quite consistent across most countries. So this goes in the direction of what you're saying. In this particular survey, of course, the sample is just of business owners, so we don't have a lot of scope for comparing with other groups, but the survey includes some of the, especially financial knowledge questions are the same as the questions that have been used in similar surveys of adults. So for the few countries that have done both, it is possible in principle to compare. Of course, it's not the same survey, but it's possible to compare average results for these two groups using exactly the same questions. And finally, I see your point about people self-selecting into being business owners, but that is perhaps true up to a point. And I think that also varies a lot across countries, because some people, again, I don't want to make stereotypes, but on average, we see that some people, and especially women, may be more likely to start a business out of necessity and not necessarily because they have a lot of entrepreneurial spirit or that was their dream job, but just for lack of better opportunities. And there are a few questions in the survey asking that, like why the business was initiated and so on. So that would allow to capture this. And I think it would be nice to see how financial literacy varies across the different motivations for starting a business.
There is another question by Roberto Lambruni. And then we close.
I was wondering whether you already investigated the eventual correlations between the two set of indicators, one about financial literacy and the other about the digitalizations. I guess that indeed the first set of digitalization indicators should be correlated with financial literacy because they are activities about banking and so on. But I was curious whether there is something interesting also relating to the e-commerce, digital marketing and so on. Thanks.
Yes, thanks indeed. It's in the report. I didn't mention it, but it's in the report. Yes, there is a positive correlation between the two. So usually digitalization is higher for those who have higher financial literacy after taking into account all the factors that I said. So that is quite robust to other covariates. And I actually know that the Bank of Italy is doing a lot of work on that aspect. So to be continued.
Thank you. I would close the session. Thanks for making it on time so we can go for lunch. Sorry that you cannot join us next time. So thanks to all the presenters and the participants, and see you after lunch. Ciao, thank you.
So, okay, we can start. Welcome to this session. We have three very interesting papers. And okay, this the session is about financial education, savings, and portfolio allocation. And so we thank our three speakers who are all here. And our first speaker is Giovanna Nicodano, who's presenting the paper Hedging Permanent Income Shocks. Right before we start, I would like to say we would like to try to have a more interactive session. And so if you have questions about a particular slide, you can ask even from the floor, and I will repeat it on the microphone, so also from home, or I mean from Zoom, they can hear us. And I will also look at the chat. So if you have some, like urgent question, you can ask it. And then, okay, Giovanna, we have 25 minutes, and we leave 5 minutes at the end for more broad questions. Thank you, Giovanna.
Thank you, Margherita. This is joint work with Fabio Bagliano, Raffaele Corvino, and Carolina Fugazza, who are all at the University of Torino and CeRP Collegio Carlo Alberto. And we start from the idea that hedging motives are quite important, i.e. people are continuously hit by shock to their incomes, and they try to cover, like in anticipation of these shocks, they would like to protect themselves. And one way they can protect themselves is through hedging in financial markets, meaning that if income shocks are positively correlated with, say, stock market returns, then they would invest less in stocks than otherwise, okay? Because otherwise the financial shocks amplify the labor income shocks. So what matters for hedging behavior is not any kind of shock, but it is permanent income shocks, those that have very important effects on the future, on the whole income stream. And this is what we focus on, and the literature has focused on. So this correlation and hedging behavior is quite important, but yet in the theory, in life cycle theory, and yet in the data, there is hardly any evidence that they matter. This, due to also to this small sensitivity, it is very hard, for instance, to explain why people do not participate in the stock market, do not invest in the stock market. And so what we do is to go back to the measurement of permanent income shocks, because we think that there are reasons why they do not show up. They do not display explanatory power. And the reason is that so far the literature has focused on the time series dimension of the data in order to estimate them. Why do we need to estimate the permanent income shocks? Because what is observable is the total income shock, not the permanent component. So what the people have been doing is to even out over time the income, and so what remains is the permanent income shocks, okay? But that means that you are using the time series dimension of the data to estimate the permanent income shocks. But the number of correlations coefficients at the individual level is equal to n, the longitudinal dimension of the data. And typically, t is more relative to n. So our intuition is that we should exploit n. And how do we do this? Well, we take the typical income process that we have observed in the life cycle literature that dates back to Carroll and Zamwick, So in this labor income specification, there are transitory and permanent shocks, and the permanent shocks have both a systematic component and an idiosyncratic person-specific component. And what we do is we allow for the systematic component of permanent income shocks to display correlation with the stock market return. You can think of it as a sufficient statistics for business cycle or whatever. And so the intuition that we rely upon is that if I look at the correlation of my total income shocks with Raffaele, for instance, our two incomes will co-move in proportion to our individual correlations with stock market returns. So if we both have positive correlation, then the co-movement will be positive, and otherwise. And the reason is that the idiosyncratic component of our shocks cancel out. So essentially, we exploit the restrictions imposed by the standard income process to obtain n times n minus 1 divided by 2 restrictions, which is a very large number compared with the n dimension. Not only, this is the key intuition, but in order to enhance the dimension of restrictions with respect to the number of parameters to estimate, we also group individuals in clusters, essentially assuming that people with similar characteristics will have similar correlations. And we embed these restrictions, both the time series and the longitudinal restrictions, in a minimum distance estimator, and we obtain correlation coefficients that explain portfolio choice, several dimensions of portfolio choice. Also in short-term samples, also out of sample. And in this way, we think we support life cycle theory because we show that hedging motives are quite important. But we also try to see whether these new correlation estimates may be useful for improving portfolio design. And so, the typical approach in this literature has been to use a cross-sectional approach, okay? Whereas we would like correlation coefficients also to explain portfolio choice over time for the same individual. So what we do is we have the labor income process. We have, and the state variables are stock market returns and income shocks and observable income shocks. So we can use the estimated parameters to reconstruct the dynamics of permanent income for each individual over time. And so clearly we can do several things with these permanent income reconstructions. First, we inspect the dynamics of these shocks over time. And here, we did this just to understand whether our restrictions made any economic sense, okay? And we see that they do by inspecting the different clusters, and we will show you, given the title. Please? So, what we will show. Let me say what matters for financial literacy. we know from previous literature that financial literacy explains stock market participation. What I will show you is that financial literacy is also associated with smaller income shocks. So it's a smaller permanent income shocks. But going back to correlation, given the time series reconstruction of permanent income, we can also reconstruct revised correlations over time, as if agents learned about their own income process over time. And correlation revisions explain even better the participation choices and the portfolio choices over time. And since our method is reliable also for short samples, we can use these estimates for improving portfolio design out of sample. So I will skip, in the interest of time, the review of the literature, just mention that there is a large literature that has tried to explain in other ways, like why people invest relatively little in the stock market and why participation is only for half the population. But a smaller literature have focused on correlations, and as I mentioned before, exploited the time series dimension instead of the n dimension. And I will benchmark some of these previous estimates while showing you the results. I'm skipping, Raffaele, forgive me, the details about the methods, because they are intensive in terms of math, but you can find them in the paper. We used the data of the Dutch household survey, although the original data we used was PSID, then we shifted to the Dutch household survey because it has a lot of personal characteristics and investments, and also they are used by a paper that we benchmarked by Bonaparte, Korniotis, and Kumar in the JFE. And so just to give you an idea of the data, the sample goes up to 2019, but I will show you mostly the estimates on data up to 2011, because I want to show you also the out-of-sample estimates. And there are different measures of stock ownership, like just direct stock ownership, ownership through mutual funds, and ownership through both stocks and mutual funds. And I will show you the ones referring to the latter. And if you look at the correlation, empirical correlation, you see that the empirical correlation is such, the mean is slightly negative, 0 slightly negative, and so is the median. And then we have a lot of characteristics, and we pick among these characteristics the ones that are time invariant relatively time invariant, in order to form clusters. And in particular, we form 80 homogeneous clusters out of these individuals. And the clusters we choose are gender, education, urbanization, financial literacy, and risk aversion. And this is the distribution of individuals in the 80 clusters. Now, what do we obtain? The first thing we obtain I show you the correlations estimated through our methods. These are the dark ones in these two panels. This is the empirical correlation, the distribution of observed correlations, and this is the distribution obtained by Bonaparte, Korniotis, and Kumar. And so, as you can see, we have that the mean correlation is positive, not 0 or slightly negative. And the idea is that the business cycle involves the majority of the people. So that's why the correlation we estimate exploiting the n dimension is on average positive, because it captures this effect. And it is also much less dispersed than the other two correlations, than the other correlation distribution. Sorry, I didn't get.
You were talking about network, okay? I was trying to understand how do you measure network relation between.
No. I'm not talking of. I'm talking of correlations across agents. So, if you think of the variance-covariance matrix, variance-covariance matrix of contemporaneous income innovations. So you have the innovations between you and me, between Tullio and me, between Raphael and me. And the fact that my income varies with the stock market return, your income varies with the stock market return, implies that I can infer those correlation coefficients from these co-movements. So if both of us have a positive correlation, I will know that, but if we have a co-movement which is negative with Tullio, I will understand that one of us has a negative one, and so forth and so on. So it is this, it's not a network, sorry, I meant pairwise, okay. No, sorry, I hope I didn't, no.
I also have a question. What are you showing in the left graph? Would like you to add some explanation, because I understand the dark
are our estimates.
It's your estimates, but what do you refer to as the data correlation? What
the data, the ones in the data is this one.
Okay, and why is it so different, the one in the data? And because, I mean, you are not...
the idea is that these are the data. This is a previous paper that was only exploiting the time series dimension of the data. So, okay, because in the data there are also the idiosyncratic correlation. Sorry, thank you for the question. And now I want to see whether there is an improvement in explanatory power. And so I will run a regression, where the typical regression where I explain stock market participation using a dummy as dependent variable, which is equal to 1 if the individual I owns stocks at time t. And the independent variable will be standard income growth volatility, and then several measures of stock market return correlations that capture these hedging motives, and then some personal characteristics. And I will use the same independent variable for explaining the portfolio shares, and later on for explaining the frequency of stock market participation and the revisions in stock market participation. So just in the interest of time, let me just highlight that our measure of correlation explains the probability of stock market participation in the cross-section, and the effect is also large compared with the one that I will show you in a second by Bonaparte, Korniotis, and Kumar, which is almost half the size of the coefficient. It implies that the stock market participation goes up by 12% when we move correlation from the bottom 19th percentile, from the top 19th percentile to the bottom percentile. And let me just move. What is it? Okay, no. Okay. Here we see the same result on a much shorter sample. So just the t dimension goes down to just 93 2007 as opposed 93 2011. There is the crisis in between, so that may. We don't see any statistically significant discontinuity there, though. So here is the benchmarking with the prior methods. You see here it's column 2 shows our correlation estimates, and here it's the method by Bonaparte, Korniotis, and Kumar, and as you can see, the size of the coefficient is really different. So even though in this paper they had a statistically significant coefficient at the 5% level, the impact on the explanatory power for the movement was really small. And then we benchmark also a recent paper by Guvenen and a very early paper by Campbell and Viseira, and those do not have statistical significance.
Excuse me, Giovanna, just to understand.
Please.
As I see it, it looks to me like your coefficient is, well, even smaller in than the one you are comparing to, but your correlation, as you showed before, is more positive. And so the impact is while the correlation they have is sort of spread out around 0. So even if they have a big impact, then the effect they find probably smaller because of that. I don't know.
No,
because
actually,
also in the previous table,
the
coefficients were
Thank you, Margherita. See, let's see if I get it. Even though our coefficient is on average positive, so due to that reason, we could expect a smaller coefficient. We actually see a larger coefficient. Okay, and so the two effects are in a way surprising. So, and in terms of actual versus predicted participation, if you see the white column is the predicted, the gray column is the actual, and this goes from 93 to 2011. You see that the actual and the predicted are very close with our estimates. So, going forward, here we are explaining portfolio shares invested in stocks, either directly or indirectly. And again, we see that it is statistically significant, and the change in correlation from a low coefficient of, like from a high coefficient of 0.5 to a low coefficient of 0.6 correlation coefficient generates an increase in the proportion in the stock share in the portfolio share allocated to stocks of 10%. So again, it is a large number. And just let me show you the benchmarking in this case. We see once again that the estimates by Korniotis have explanatory power, although the economic significance is about half, and again, the beta estimated by Guvenen and Campbell and Viseira do not have explanatory power. And finally, so this is for the cross-sectional dimension, because each individual is considered at each T as an independent observation. So instead, we want to exploit the panel dimension of the data. But to do that, we need a coefficient of correlation for each individual over time. So we use this formula, which is implied by our labor income process that connects the permanent income shock at time t to parameters that we have estimated and to the realization of stock market returns and the other component of labor income shocks. So we can estimate one correlation coefficient between permanent income shock and stock market returns for each individual at each time. And just to give you an idea, this is the permanent income shock of a guy that has a positive correlation with stock market return, and this is the stock market return. Okay? Now, in order to understand whether our machinery makes economic sense in another dimension, we reconstruct for each individual, we group the people in clusters, and here what I'm showing you is the total income shocks of a cluster that is of two clusters that only differ in terms of financial literacy over time. Here we see the total income shocks, and we see that the total income shocks of people with low financial literacy are higher than the total income shocks of people that have the same characteristics but have low financial literacy. Please.
Can you explain the mechanisms through which financial literacy affects income shocks? I mean, is it through returns to wealth?
So we
Repeat the question, please.
Okay, the question is, can I explain the mechanism? This is a good question for the next paper, because we just derived the results out for this conference. We had the clusters, and so we said we are going to show that this may be relevant.
Labor income shocks or sort of total income shocks including financial wealth?
No. These are, the question is this total income shock including financial wealth? No, this is labor income shocks. Total labor income shocks, should be more precise. Total earnings shocks. This is permanent income shocks. And so we see that financial literacy also reduces the permanent income shocks. And here we see the result that we know, that participation of people with higher financial literacy is higher. But this is just like...
I was wondering, you are also conditioning on a sector of activity or...
No, the sector we don't have in this data. That's the limitation of this data. We do condition that everything is equal, like of the characteristics that I showed you before, the time invariant characteristics, it's all conditional.
Because in the table, I noticed that there was a 13% of unemployed people and a 17% of retired people. So now I'm confused about the labor income thing. But I mean, okay, we can discuss this later.
This is, where do you see the retired?
Male, and then it's unemployed and retired. In the table that you were showing.
Gender, education, urbanization, financial. These are the characteristics on which we base our clusters.
The clusters, okay.
Thanks.
You might well say that participating into the stock market creates more financial literacy.
No, wait. I just wanted, this is a tangential result that only validates, because the interesting thing is that if you look at risk aversion, there is hardly any effect. So these are two clusters that only differ in risk aversion, and yet you get the usual result that more risk-averse people do not participate. There is also a similar graph with gender. Gender is in between. So women also have higher permanent income shocks, but the effect is more modest than the one of financial literacy. There may be possibly reverse causation, but I don't know.
Anna, may I ask a question as well?
Please.
Sorry, still about the clustering. So all these clusters that the results rely on, so they are defined based on ex ante observable characteristics, right? So maybe it would also be interesting, like for an extension, to look at unobserved heterogeneity in the sense that there are methodologies to, like there is this grouped unobserved heterogeneity paper by Bonhomme and Manresa that you could maybe exploit, that basically allows you to endogenize the the groups so that you don't have to define ex ante different groups based on observed characteristics, but you use your data to actually define groups of people that behave similarly, and then ex post you can look at what are the characteristics that drive different groups.
Yeah, although I understand the subtlety, but we also used these observed characteristics because they are very useful if you think of also adopting this methodology for improving on portfolio design. And I will explain you why in a second, but that's very interesting for a methodological point of view. 2 minutes. Okay, then what can I do is that this is the same kind of regression, but it is performed on individuals, and the dependent variable is the dummy variable that is equal to 1, then the respondent reported owning stocks or mutual funds in year T. And once again, you see that our metrics explain revised correlations together with the ex ante minimum distance correlation, and competing metrics do not really have much explanatory power, and the same is true in this other regression that explains the frequency of stock market participation. And so, given the strength of our results, we also try to understand whether there is out-of-sample predictive ability. And so we compute the MD estimates using data up to 2011. Then we assign a MD correlation to each investor. In 2012, we could be a new investor, of which we observe only the characteristics, because the MD estimates are cluster-based. So we assign individuals based on the cluster, and we look whether the correlation explains participation from 2012 to 2019, and this is the result. Okay. So, concluding, we exploit moment restrictions implied by a relatively standard earnings process that we just amend for this correlation with stock market returns to provide new estimates of correlations, and our results point to support the idea that hedging motives are very important, consistent with life cycle theory. And just like if I have 5 seconds, I can also show you what we have in mind when we think of improving portfolio design, just to give you the idea of the relevance of this correlation coefficient and hedging motives. This is the typical optimal portfolio choice that you would have when risk aversion is 5 and correlation is negative or even positive here, down here. Here you see that as correlation increases, there is a scant participation in the stock market with the risk aversion. Okay, this is with risk aversion 5. Here it is with risk aversion 8. And as you can see, maybe you don't see the vertical axis, But here, with risk aversion 5, you still have that some individuals invest 100% in the stock market optimally. Here, you have that the typical optimal portfolio share is way below that kind of that amount. So, just to. But this is, again, another paper like the one in financial literacy. Thank you very much.
May I just say that I want to thank the authors.
You would you like to use the microphone so everybody can hear you?
I just want to thank very much the authors because the insertion of a specific analysis of financial literacy effects and some gender effects was done for this conference. And second, well, today we inaugurate a kind of Netflix series of scientific papers, and because you said that is for next paper. Okay, so that is, thank you.
Much. Okay, thank you very much, Giovanna. Okay, so now we have Tullio Iappelli with a paper joint with Luigi Pistaferri, and it's about permanent income shocks, target wealth, and the wealth gap. And so, okay.
So how do I make it here? Maybe. Yeah. Then.
Okay, so if it is okay, also.
Yeah. Okay. So thanks,
okay. So if
Margherita.
People, okay.
Yeah, please ask questions during the conference.
Okay, and also in the chat. I mean,
yeah,
we can collect questions, and then I can repeat it on the microphone. So I think this is okay.
Right,
for everybody.
And let me know, about timing. So thanks. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be traveling. So it's great to be here. So this work is with Luigi Pistaferri and is also on permanent income shocks, as Giovanna mentioned them, but they will be estimated in a much simpler way, and they will not have much to say about portfolio decisions, but about, say, more traditionally wealth accumulation. So the purpose of this paper is very in brief is to take very seriously a specific model of consumption, I would say a leading model of consumption, which is the buffer stock model of consumption. It is a model where people are impatient and therefore they want to consume, but people also have income risk and therefore they want to save. And these two forces interact, and in equilibrium, in their own steady state, in this model, people choose a particular target wealth. And in that particular model, the target wealth is stable as a ratio to permanent income. So what happens in that model is when you have a permanent income shock, so labor economists think about permanent income shocks as, say, a promotion. So if you have a promotion, your permanent income goes up, and because you want to sustain a higher level of consumption, you want to ensure that higher level of consumption by saving more. And if you instead get a demotion, so you are not lucky, your permanent income goes down, and therefore your life sort of consumption will also be lower, and therefore you need less precautionary saving to ensure a lower level of consumption. So that's the prediction we are going to test, and I will sort of briefly go through this model. Is also, Elsa, somewhat related to financial sophistication more than perhaps financial literacy in a way that I will explain. So the question of this, the questions of this paper are two. One, we can think of as a sort of a normative question. So do people actually understand what they should be doing? Do people understand the rule of the model? Do people understand how this model should work and works in theory? And the application of that is that do revisions in permanent income lead to a proportionate revision in target wealth? And I will be precise at what I mean in practice by target wealth. But then there is another question which we can say like a positive question. It could be that you know that you should be saving, say, that much, but you are off target. You are saving too little, and therefore you should increase your savings to reach that target. Or it could be that you have too much saving and you have been sort of over saving. You understand that you're not going to consume all that much. You're not going to need all that wealth during your life, and therefore you will you should reduce your saving and consume more in order to reduce your target wealth. So if you are off target, we can ask, do people actually tend to reach to that target or not? Broadly speaking, the paper is in the area of precautionary saving, and I'm not sure I will be able to cover all the paper, but we are going to rely for the empirical analysis on as an empirical proxy for target wealth, which is available in the Italian Bank of Italy survey for about 15 years. So these are panel data. That type of information that is a bit special is not available in all surveys. And then we are going to repeat our empirical analysis with two rather different ways. One is a bit reminding of what Giovanna has done, using a traditional decomposition of transitory and permanent income shocks, and the other one is going to be an IV approach. So what do we find? We find that actually people, and we were surprised to find that, actually understand what they should do, in the sense that when their permanent income goes up, they report a higher target wealth. They report they should be saving more, and vice versa. We can also do some heterogeneity analysis. For instance, we can check whether people act in this way when you have positive income shocks, or where you have negative income shocks, or when you have large income shocks or small income shocks. But we also find in the end, and this is related, if you want, to financial sophistication, that change in actual wealth is not strongly correlated with the target wealth. So that when people actually are too much wealth, they actually tend to save. When people have too little wealth, they do not tend to save enough. So let me skip the review of the literature. There have been various approaches to estimate precautionary saving based on Euler equations, based on simulation methods, based on empirical proxies, and this paper on the last line is more linked to papers in the area where actually we use direct survey questions to understand people behavior. But I see all these approaches as complementary. So this is the leading model of consumption I was referring to. So it's a standard model where people maximize utility, subject to a budget constraints. There is an income process that has two components. PT is the permanent income component, and epsilon T is the transitory income component, and there is some small probability that income is zero, and this is not our story, this is not our model. Carroll has shown that this ratio, which is the ratio of what is called cash on hand, which is the sum of AT, which we measure as financial wealth, plus current income, say your monthly income, divided by permanent income, is actually stable, and star means that this is the steady state value. So if you look at this, stable ratio of your wealth to permanent income, I'm just repeating here what I said before, that any revision in permanent income leads to a proportionate revision in target wealth. So this is the first implication we are going to test. And the second implication is that equilibrium is stable. If wealth is off target, then people should adjust their wealth to reach that target. So let me show you an example. An example is one in which you have a closed form solution or an approximation to a closed form solution. Of course, the target wealth of each person will be different from the target person of other person, and that difference will depend on preferences. Say people who are more prudent will have more a higher target wealth relative to their permanent income, and depends also on the income process, depending on the growth of their income process, depending on the probability of unemployment, and so forth. So in general, this ratio, which is stable for each individual, is different for each individual. And this is an issue that we're going to tackle. Yeah?
Are you assuming away any bequest model?
Yeah, I mean, we are assuming a way and a bequest motive in this, but I don't think this is going to be a big deal in terms of what we really plan to do. But yes, this is a standard infinite horizon model. We can in this formula here, but you know there are sort of finite life version of this model. So this is the very simple sort of equation, or you know, that we want to sort of verify empirically. Is xi star is the stable value of this ratio. And as I was saying before, there are two sources of heterogeneity. One is preferences. So more patient, say, and more prudent individual will have higher target wealth to permanent income. And then there are also income process. If you have a very volatile income process, say high variance of permanent income shock, say, then you also have a higher target wealth. And suppose we want to check if this sort of equation is true or not. So something we can do is then we can just take the log of this ratio. So this is the log of W star, which is the log of permanent income plus a fixed effect. And suppose for the moment, and I will tell you then what we do empirically, that we observe target wealth and we observe permanent income. And while we'll have to persuade you of the fact that we have a way of doing this, and then we do this regression. We run this regression, which is the log of W star, which is your target wealth, is equal to alpha plus a sum beta, log of your permanent income plus the fixed effect and an error term. And the test we are going to do is whether beta is equal to 1. So if beta is equal to 1, of course, permanent income and target wealth is proportional to permanent income, because the model predicts beta is equal to 1. So in this sense, this paper is sort of narrow. So we are taking a model, a very specific model. We are, trying to check an implication of this model, which, to our understanding, has not been sort of previously noticed, and we are going to bring this to the data. So suppose for a moment I tell you that I know P and W star, and suppose I want to estimate this equation by OLS. But this is a problem. I mean, you actually can see it also from here, because if you want to estimate this equation by OLS, you have this theta I term, which would go in the error term, which means that the error term is going to be, lead to the estimate is going to be biased, and you can see this from the the usual formula of the bias, which depends on the covariance between, say, permanent income and these fixed effects. For instance, people who are thrifty and save more, but they also have a higher permanent income. So it could easily be that this term in the numerator is positive. So we cannot use OLS, and suppose we use panel data to do this. Well, if we use panel data, we get rid of the fixed effect. So this is something that we can do. But of course, what we need is to it's sort of more demanding in terms of data, because we need repeated observations for the same individual on target wealth and permanent income. And also, with this, you can see that we can sort of discriminate the effect on target wealth of whether people react differently to positive permanent income shock. So it could be that when you have a positive income shock, you want to save more, but it could be that when you have a negative permanent income shock, you don't really try to save more, to save less. So evidence. So now the next step is try to convince you that we have reasonable sort of proxies or approaches to have some empirical counterpart of target wealth and permanent income. So for target wealth, we use direct survey evidence on a question that I will now read you in a second. And for permanent income, we use two approaches. One is essentially imposing some structure on the income process, which is the traditional structure of permanent and transitory income shock. And another one is using an IV approach. So then, in the sort of last part of this paper, we go to this positive question. This was the normative part. The positive part, we can actually check if people who deviate, say X1 star t minus 1 is the term on the right-hand side. If that term in parentheses is positive, meaning you have too much wealth relative to your target, consider delta being negative, so that's the adjustment coefficient, then you should reduce saving. So we are sort of testing or estimating an equation that is similar to growth regressions. And growth regression tells you that, you know, if people, you know, that you should be convergent toward the steady state, and the size of delta will tell us something about the speed of convergence towards your target wealth. Yes?
So you're ruling out the possibility of being liquidity constrained. There is no sign of liquidity constraint of this individual.
No, this is a model in which people. Yeah. So Laura asked if this approach rules out liquidity constraints. So this is a model in which, because there is a small probability of income going to being exactly equal to 0, but computationally, not analytically, this is a very sort of equivalent to a model that is sort of the Eaton's version of the buffer stock model, where there is a liquidity constraint, but people actually never get to that. Okay, we can. Well, we can later on see if we do different analysis but let me, I think, try to explain the main approach, and I think I will get to that, and then, you know. So this is the question, so maybe you may be curious to know how we proxy target wealth, and there is a question that is repeated every 2 years in the Bank of Italy survey for 6 times. So the first part of the question is about what is precautionary saving, and then there is, you know, the part in red is how much do you think you and your family need to have in wealth, not how much you have in wealth, but how you need to have in wealth to meet such unexpected events. That's our proxy for target wealth, and you know, and here is my empirical evidence. So going to some statistics, target wealth in, you know, overall, you know, as an average of those years, is on the median is about 20,000 euros. So that's roughly what people, you know, the median households replies in those 15 years. How much do you need in terms of wealth? Which is about the same as consumption. So non-durable consumption is 21,000, and cash on hand median is about 10,000. So the ratio of target wealth to consumption, which, you know, consider consumption as sort of a proxy for permanent income, it's about 1.
Tullio.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
No problem. Are you using the panel dimension?
Yes.
Or it's across?
No. We are using the
panel.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. No.
A huge number of observations.
Yeah, the total number of observations is 46,000, but then this is repeated, so it's like 8,000 per year. Yeah. So this is just a picture of the distribution of this target wealth. It is not particularly interesting, actually the log target wealth, and this is the picture. These are pictures, maybe the 2 on the bottom side. So this one, where is the pointer? Well, the bottom to the right is the panel sample where you have repeated observations, and you show there what we call the wealth gap over permanent income, and you see that it's, you know, equally distributed on more or less on the left and on the right of 0, meaning that there are some people above target and some people below target, if you believe that W star is actually the target. Yes? Is it procyclical? That is interesting, but we haven't checked. But you know, we have sort of the effects in the regressions, but that is something that. Target wealth could be, in principle, should not be procyclical. In the model, it should not, because it should not be affected by transitory income shocks, and the cyclical component, I mean, the sort of the aggregate shocks, more or less, I mean, should be sort of. Yeah. Well, the data I don't know.
The question was whether it is procyclical, right? Okay, so
Sorry, I did not repeat the question.
Yeah, please repeat the question.
So this is essentially, I mean, then I will go into a bit sort of the econometric estimates, but this on the left, but even more on the right-hand side, is the graph that we were surprised to see, because, you know,
These are two, rather different, questions. One is on target wealth growth on the vertical axis, and the other one is on permanent income growth. So the left graph is the level, but the right graph is in the panel. So what you see in that graph, you see that people who experience a shock to permanent income, believe me that we have a way to estimate what is permanent income, and therefore we can take the growth rate of permanent income from one year to the next. So people who say experience some positive income growth also report higher target wealth in the next in the next wave of the survey. And you can actually separate this for positive, negative, different sizes. You find that these are well aligned. You could claim, and you could see actually from this picture, that the slope is not exactly 1. It's actually a bit less than 1, but in some estimates actually will be not statistically different from 1. So that's in a nutshell. Yes.
Just again, you are excluding here home ownership, for example.
Yes, from.
So, yeah, isn't there a bit of inconsistency between assuming away bequest motive, and then if you have a house and now you have means to make the house more liquid?
That's a very good comment. Let me get to this a bit later when we try to do something in the estimation that also sort of
because I was a bit surprised to see that the permanent, the target wealth is, what is it, 10,000?
No, it's 20,000, but is that component of wealth that is supposed to be to protect for, say, unforeseen events, medical disasters, income shocks, and so forth. So think of that as not being, say, the retirement component of wealth. Think of that component of wealth evolving in a deterministic way over time, say, driven by, say, age, that you accumulate a certain fixed number, of euros, say, every year, and on top of that you have a precautionary buffer. Okay, so that's the econometric part. We specify some income process. The income process is the traditional permanent and transitory shocks. Then we take the equation in first difference. This is the third red line. We do the same for target wealth, and we assume that growth in target wealth depends in part on demographics, and it depends in part of these permanent income shocks, which is this beta ZIT, where we're going to test whether beta is equal to 1, and then there is an error component, which may reflect preference heterogeneity or actually changes in preference heterogeneity. Not preference heterogeneity are already filtered out by the first difference. Okay, then we are going to estimate this by GMM, and you see here the 4 moment restrictions. Actually, the model is over-identified in this case, but the parameters we are going to estimate are actually 4 parameters. So we're going to estimate the variance of transitory and permanent income shocks, which many people have done, and actually GP Safari, my co-author, is the master of this type of technology. Then we are going to estimate the variance of target wealth, and then we are going to estimate the beta coefficient, and here are the baseline estimates, and you see that beta here is equal to 0.82, and that's that number, is not statistically different from 1, and so we actually do not reject that implication that people revise target wealth. And also notice that, the variance of permanent and transitory shocks is comparable with other estimates for Italy and also for the US and other countries, but also notice that the variance of this target wealth is huge. It's, the sigma square eta is actually quite large. So there is a lot of this, or a considerable amount of variability in target wealth that we do not explain, either by shocks to permanent income or by, this unobserved heterogeneity. Okay, then we do sort of various samples with. So one way to answer, Elsa's question is to focus on young people. In the buffer stock, people, essentially don't save for retirement until they are, say, 40, 45 years old. Their consumption tracks income quite closely, and therefore a sample of relatively young people is more akin to a theory of buffer stock, while after age 45 or 40, other considerations are important, like, for instance, retirement, savings, bequest motives, and so forth. But you see here that, beta is actually rather insensitive. So we get an estimate of 1, and also this is a bit what Laura was asking about, whether people who are poor in terms of cash on hand exhibit different behavior or not, and here actually you don't see much of this, at least from a statistical point of view. How am I doing on time? Okay, so this is some robustness. We had some complications about various things, but I mean, this is the result we get. The other result I wanted to show you is that if you look at this second column, we find that roughly people respond in a similar way to positive and negative this is not consumption growth, but permanent income growth. This is from some previous version. And here in the third column, but the coefficients are the new ones. In the third column, you see that, we get some sort of not very precise estimates for small relative to large, but you could say that people react more to large shocks rather than small shocks. So this is using a different approach that, unfortunately, I don't have much time, but I want to show you just one last picture using an approach that estimates permanent income in a rather different way, but say exploiting essentially the relation between permanent income, consumption, and cash on hand that exists in the buffer stock model. So then let me go to the final questions. So we find, broadly speaking, that people seem to react to shocks in a way that the theory predicts, in the way that the theory predicts they should do, but do actually people adjust the target or not? So this picture actually would tell you more or less also what the estimates tell me. So you see that you have W minus W star divided by P. So this is the difference between your actual wealth and your target wealth, financial wealth essentially, divided by permanent income. So it is 0 if you are right on target, and you see there are several people on target. But you see that when you have too much wealth, say, or more wealth than your target, say you have twice as much, 2, then you read on the vertical axis that the change in your wealth to permanent income ratio is negative. So you adjust. So when you are on the right of W minus, when you are, when you have a wealth that is a gap that is greater than 0, you see that you are adjusting because you reduce your wealth and therefore you move towards the target. When you are above, so when you have, when you are to the left of 0, when you are negative, so -2 or -4, you see that the line, the slope is essentially flat, so you don't adjust. So if you have too little wealth, you don't seem to react to that. Although you know what your target is, you don't do much about it. But if you have too much, then you do. Okay, and essentially this is what we're going to test. And if we just don't consider this difference between positive and negative, you see that in the baseline, the adjustment is negative, and meaning that you tend to converge. But when we break down according to whether you have above or below your target, you see a -1.2, which means that there is a negative component, that is you reduce your wealth and you move to target. When you are below, you only have 0.05, which is sort of a small number, and you don't sort of really adjust towards the target. That is also the answer to the question. It could be because maybe you are liquidity constraints and you want to compress consumption even further. Yes, we don't really have a story to explain that in the model. But, you know, you can try to, you know. Summing up, so we find that households revised approximately 1-for-1 the reported target wealth in response to permanent shocks. We find no significant difference between positive and negative permanent income shocks and shocks of different size. Sorry for the typo. So people seem to understand that they should accumulate a buffer stock to guard against permanent changes in their incomes, which in a way, if you want, is good news, especially when, you know, you are thinking about whether people are financially sophisticated enough to understand what their saving should be. But they find it hard to act on this understanding by changing their actual saving decisions, unless they overshoot the target, which is the declining portion that I was showing before. And I think this was the last slide, yes. And I think roughly on time. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question? We still have, okay, we already asked the questions.
Yeah.
What came to my mind was whether you were have something to say about, and this is related to what Elsa said about the, you know, wealthy hand-to-mouth people, kind of, I mean, people with a lot of, in Italy there are a lot of these kind of people who have a lot of illiquid wealth and very little liquid wealth. So I was thinking if you, in your vastness
I want
analysis,
to, yeah, we could discuss this for some time, but I want to answer for what we can do and actually try to do in this particular paper. As I said, we take a very specific model. We do a particular, you know, we test an implication of this model and we verify that that implication is not rejected by data. In a way, it's a bit like the excess sensitivity test where people have done many times. They have a null hypothesis and they see whether they reject or not the null hypothesis. So in that sense, that this paper is sort of narrow. Then we can, so if we had illiquid assets, housing, bequest, and so forth, we would probably have we would have a different model. I'm not sure if in that model the implication that beta is equal to 1 would be borne out by data. It could be that then you have a beta of 0.9 or 1.3, and then we would have to see if it's correct or not, running a different test and so forth. Yes, Joanna?
Yeah. That judging on your last heterogeneity regressions, it's not the buffer stock model, but it's sort of a relative income assumption that matters because of this asymmetry.
There could be adjustment cost. It's easy to adjust. It's a bit what Laura was saying. If you are consuming too little, it is easy to go to restaurants and have vacations and consume more, right? But if you are consuming too little already and you want to reduce consumption further, that it's more difficult. Okay, so it's not symmetric in a way, the adjustment cost that you face, because it's easier, you know, we know, to increase consumption. From the point of view of the model, if you want to just look at the model, there is no adjustment cost in the model. If you had adjustment cost, you had a different model, maybe a different beta, we don't know because we haven't done it. But in these intertemporal consumption model, there is no adjustment cost of consumption.
Yeah.
It's both sides.
But I think it would be really interesting to see what's the alternative, because
sure.
we have brought up 3 different alternatives.
Yeah.
That
No. In fact, we mention in the paper this adjustment cost of consumption, and some people actually have done that and have seen what happens. But then we wouldn't. I don't know if they've derived the implied beta that we can check with it. But I agree. But I agree, it's a bit a loose end. I mean, in the sense that there is a tight test of whether the normative implications are true or not, and then there is a loose end where whether people actually do that or not, and why they don't do it fully. Okay. That's it.
Okay, thank you. While you, so.
Yeah, but I have a version of the paper which is in PowerPoint. I think they prefer in PDF.
Okay, now
in PDF.
While you get ready, I will announce you. Now we have a paper by Laura Bottazzi, and it's Stereotypes in Financial Literacy, Evidence from PISA, also known as PISA. Okay, so thank you very much, Laura, for being here. And
yes, I was fed up of being online. In presence. Yeah, I was completely fed up. There is a limit. Okay.
So I will kindly ask.
You want to be in presence?
I will kindly ask either you or people asking questions. So if you can repeat the question that you received from the floor, and that okay, that would be great. Otherwise, I can do it. But just let's remember to repeat it. And of course, people in the chat can also write questions, and I will read them. Okay, thank you.
So okay. So it is, as you can see, it's a joint paper with Anna Lusardi, the lady of financial literacy in general, okay? And we started, as it were, a sort of game. We know each other since we were kids, and then we started to think about what can we do with these PISA data. Okay, that was the beginning of our project. Okay, we have many stories to tell when we were kids, I and Anna. So leave me aside the introduction of how important it is to talk about these topics, okay, because we know they are relevant and we keep discussing about that. And let me say that there are so many data now that are being gathered to try to measure financial literature in general, both at adults level and also at the level of students mainly. And we mainly concentrate, just to give an idea, which is the difference I hope I get here. Yes, I do have the data here. So the average gender gap, so we are interested in financial literacy per se, and then we came to the idea of looking at the gender difference in financial literacy. So among adults, there is the difference in financial literacy in the world. So many countries show different in financial literacy among the adults. So here I did the standard poor financial literacy survey. And we instead decided to concentrate on the PISA data. How come the PISA data? First of all, because we try to understand whether we can see this difference in financial knowledge by looking at 15-year-old students. Since we see such a big difference afterward when they become adults, can we see some seeds since the beginning of the difference in financial literacy knowledge? And when we did that, we mainly concentrated, okay, on this data because PISA for the first time in 2012 decided to introduce some questions. By the way, Anna was part of the people that helped introducing this question into the PISA framework. And we wanted, so we were struck in some way by Italy for many reasons, not only because we are, of course, Italian, but also because we have also, it's a country, first of all, of a high culture, of history, of course, but then also is not only that case, but also in general, when we are looking at financial literacy, so we could see that Italy was second to the last, so big difference with respect to the other OECD countries, first of all. And second, was the only one, if you can see, looking at the data. So here we can see the difference between boys and girls in PISA in the 2012 data. So in PISA financial literacy, we have on my right is boys performs better, on the left women instead perform better. That difference shows the difference in various countries. So the The green lines, okay, are the one that looks at financial literacy without controlling for knowledge in math and literature. And the darker one are the one who are statistically significant, okay? And the blue line instead is the financial literacy and the difference between boys and girls, conditional on looking also difference in knowledge in math and literature. So if you look at it, so Italy is the only one that on average, you can see it here, okay? I can move it here, okay? It's the only one that has a gray, stark, gray, strong line that shows that even without looking at mathematical knowledge and difference between girls and boys in math and literature in general, you see that it's highly significant, the difference in financial knowledge between girls and boys. So by looking at that data, so we decided to concentrate on Italy. We said, well, there's something there that we want to try to explain, and we try to understand what is the difference there, or what determines the difference in knowledge. Okay, those are 15 years old boys at the end of the middle school and first year of the high school. Okay. So, and we know that P's are divided between 5 different levels in some way of knowledge. In basic one are the first and second level of knowledge. And the more you move up, it means that you have a higher and deeper knowledge in the topic, should be math or literature, in that case financial literature. And in general, you see that the number of women that reach the highest, the 5th in some way level is very small. So the first idea is, of course, by looking at the data, was to say, well, that is mainly a regional problem, okay? And regional problem means it's a problem of income. If you go around and look at the data on financial literature bank adults, most of it is explained, of course, thanks to the difference in income of the individuals. So first was to try to understand whether income is relevant, so we divided by regions. 2012 data are wonderful because they're highly representative, so a huge amount of data. When you compare with the other countries, Italy is one of the best, Italy and Spain. Unfortunately, the other round, which was 2015 and now we have 2021, are not so representative, so we could not continue our work afterwards. So unfortunately, it's based on the quantity of money which countries has in their portfolio they can use for this kind of survey, so we could not do for the second and third round. But that round is wonderful, and it is representative at the regional level. So in reality, when you map, and we wanted to show that with a map, on the left-hand side, you see the map of the level of financial literacy, okay, and difference of financial literacy between men and women. So the darker area are the area in which there is the highest difference between girls and boys, with boys performing better than girls. On the right-hand side, instead, you see income, okay, per capita income. And you see they do not map one-to-one. So we cannot say that difference in per capita income explain financial literacy and the difference between boys and girls, okay, as it is just by showing, by looking at the regional difference.
So you're just saying that in Calabria there is more or less the same difference as in Trentino?
So the level is different. So Tullio is asking whether in Trentino and in Calabria you have exactly the same kind of difference between, or more or less, because they have the same color, between girls and boys. Yes. So the level that they have is different. So Trentino is the region in which you reach the highest level of financial knowledge, and Calabria is the worst, but the difference between the two is exactly mostly similar. It's unbelievable. So that's why when you look at income per capita, you should expect it. So a representation similar to that, you find that is not so much representative. Okay, so yes, it's striking, isn't it? When you look at it, we were shocked in some way because we were expecting different, at least visionally completely different. So we started from a very simple empirical model, by the way, in which we explain financial literature of individual I that belongs to the area R, and we call R because it's the region, of course, for us, and whose gender is J. And that depends on some individual characteristics, what we call X, on characteristic of the school, okay, they do belongs, and also we can control for characteristic of the school and the teacher. I'm gonna show you what we do. Depends on parents, okay, so how much parents affect and the gender of the parents, how do they affect, and we introduce a different effect of father and mother to women, to girls or boys, and then to a culture in some way, CE, which is the cultural environment where individual lives. So we try to disentangle all these effects, okay, by looking at the data. Okay, that is the very simple empirical model that we use. So what happens when we just control for the regional dummy, okay, and nothing else? You can see that the gender effect is strong, is highly significant, okay? So mainly we have that women scored 12 points of difference with respect to the boys, okay? That's column number one, and then we add our control. And then control, of course, take in consideration schools, where the professional, middle schools, where vocational schools, and the category which is compared to is Lyceum, where the Lyceum are not divided between classic and scientific, so we divide it afterwards, okay? I tell you how we divide, because there is a big difference in mathematical knowledge into it, of course. Then we look at, of course, at age, where the students repeat their class. ESCS is that measure of income of the household they belong to, each student. It is more than income, okay? So PISA measures something which is wider than only income, measure the disponibility of each individual of a desk, or books, area where they can study, and so on and so forth, so it's bigger than that. However, we also exploit the exact sheaf afterwards to map with the same characteristic of the individual to a certain level of income. So we also took this index of welfare in some way of the household the student belonged to, and we test whether the same result remains when we consider that income, the income of the household, whether it's immigrants, which is the language that they talk in, whether it's Italian or not in class, whether they go to private or public school, and as usual, so as it is in Italy, private school, individual that go to private school knows less than the one that go to private school. Where the school is located, we don't exactly know which is the place, but we know whether it is a city or a large city. We know which is the proportion of girls into the school, and we know proportion of math teacher into the school, and then whether the mother is a housewife or it works. And that is something which I like, of course, because you have a minus. So they know less if the mother stay at home, and we feel very happy about it. That's personal statement. So let me also, for a second, go back also to the column 3, 4, 5, and 6, just to show you for a second, going back to the question that Giulio was asking before, this index of, in some way, welfare of the household. As you can see, if you divide it by regions, by big regions like northwest or northeast, center, southern Ireland. So the only place where it looks as relevant, so statistically significant, is mainly in the south, not in the other regions, by the way, the difference here, okay? Let me also show you that the other signs are quite straightforward. So if you're immigrants, you know less. If you speak a language at home which is not Italian, your knowledge is lower. And the residual class, which is in terms of school, the individual that study at the Lyceum know more, okay? They know more.
You checked whether the same difference is maintained if you separate the countryside from cities. I mean...
No, we had the control. So the question is whether there is a difference between the countryside and instead the cities. We don't know that. Unfortunately, they don't give us. We know whether city or large cities. We don't know anything which is the countryside. Unfortunately, they don't give us this knowledge. We also call the Invalsi, okay, because the Invalsi know that, but they didn't give us any hint regarding that.
Regions administrative.
Of course, we know. Of course. We know, unfortunately, there was a big fight, okay? I tried also to have Daniele Checchi helping us to the Invalsi office, and the sun was down, unfortunately. They didn't give us. It's a pity, because we wanted to understand better, of course. Wouldn't be much better to know that. But for example, when we look at proportion of math teacher, okay, that we are controlling here, we use exactly at a certain point to distinguish between classes lyceum, and instead scientific lyceum, because the proportion, so the share of math teacher into the school is completely different, okay? And we see that in scientifics, so scientific lyceum are the one that knows more, okay, in general, although they don't have classes on anything which is financial. We look also at the quantile regression, so I don't have much time, but we have so many checks that we did. Okay, we have quantile regression, and even if you go to the quantile regression, so exactly with the same basic specification, you see how, even when you go to the 19th percentile, okay, the difference between boys and girls become even bigger, okay, unbelievably so. What is the effect of parents' financial literacy? Okay, and here you see I'm showing only, okay, the coefficient that we are interested in, but you can see we have all control, regional, school, basic, control, so it's exactly the same specification where we disentangle what the mother do, and mainly what the mother and the father, so whether they are working into finance, okay, finance widely defined, could be administrative, okay, and in general what we see, and then we divided, so we divided also the sample between female and boys in general. So what we see here, it usually that father, okay, is not so relevant in terms of, so you see both for boys and girls, having a father that works into finance is not relevant, okay, does not have any effect on financial knowledge, but that does not strike us because usually, you know, education goes through the mother in general, okay, so I was not so touched by that. While if the mother works into finance widely defined, you can see how bigger it is instead the effect, and it's stronger for the women. So there is a real close relation in some way, okay, gender role of women. So there is no causality here, of course, but I would say they are correlated. We are going towards causality at a certain point, but we can say they are correlated with, okay, with the fact that when the mother is there, it's correlated with the higher knowledge of financial literature, and more for girls than for boys. That's not the only influence, of course, because it might well be that family also has other kind of influence on the knowledge of financial knowledge of their kids. We have PISA reports where at home they speak regarding money and other finance topics, okay, whether they discuss or not. And of course it can be endogenous, because if you find out that the guys or the girl likes a lot economics, it might well be that you start talking about economics. So there is reverse causality going on here. It's only a correlation again. And you see that it's true that whenever you talk, they're discussing in the house, you see some correlation there. So boys and girls performs in general better. Okay, you don't explain the difference between boys and girls, but you see that in general, so the two one perform much better.
You don't have data on pocket money.
Yes, we're going towards that. We are moving towards, so every time we check. So they ask whether we have data on pocket money, we are moving in that direction. Yes, because we control many things. So I hope I will be able to talk about all possible control that we did. Then we stick saying, you know, the division that we did in our empirical model. So we ask ourselves, so can we look at regional determinants? What determines, so whether the environment where you are, and unfortunately we have only region and the environment of the individual, might well affect your attitudes. So what we did was to see whether at the regional level we see that adolescents are active politically, whether they read newspaper, whether the number of banks and financial intermediaries that exist into the area might well be relevant, okay? We control for percentage of hiring in the financial sector that might well attract, okay, those are kids in the high school that might well think about the future, and if they have a lot of course, of hirings in financial sector, they might well be attracted. We control for the fraction of entrepreneur over the population. So all the characteristics, and of course we did, okay, in general. It's nice to see the media sophistication, where the read and the media sophistication divided between it is more sophisticated when the individual when they read newspaper instead of watching TV, whether they participate to political talk, whether they're active politically, and we thought that all these measures would have had a positive effect. So if you're active politically, you should know more about economics. If you read more newspaper, it should be more relevant. So if anything, you don't have any effect, and regarding the active politically, you see a negative effect. We were a little struck to see that, but then I found out there is a huge literature here. The literature highlights the positive relation between being politically active and instead participating and have a knowledge of finance. The second one, in the last part of 1919 onwards, so they do find exactly the negative side that we find, in the way in which they rationalize that in countries where human capital is relevant for production, people prefer to use human capital for production and do not participate politically. So that's the way there is a nice QJE paper and JPE paper that I can suggest that exactly measure that there's negative correlation. Well, let me say something. I hope I'm not recorded. In general, so tested by observation, okay, I could say yes, that is the case, but leave it. Okay, I hope I'm not recorded in general, okay?
You are recorded.
Yeah, okay. Unless you're forced by the environment to do some politics in general, so people that volunteer are not the most highly skilled. Let me say that. That is my personal measurement, but that is exactly what I do see here, okay? Banks are highly positive. The existence of percentage of banks into the area is positive, and financial firm not. And if I control for the interaction with female in general, I do see that the one that are statistically significant are also more effectively correlated with the higher financial knowledge of women, but they do not explain mainly the difference between men and boys. So they say something, they add something, okay, but they never explain the difference between boys and girls. Then we look at culture. Okay, and we said, why don't we go back to history? And we said, let's look at the historical cultural determinants. And we were looking at the percentage of provinces which were on the medieval commercial routes. Why did we look at that? Because if you were along the medieval commercial routes, commercial schools were created where both men so both boys and girls could attend. So they tend to attend commercial school. And we said, maybe that since culture, of course, determinants is really persistence, okay, we said, why don't we look also at this variable? Yes?
That can be maybe a proxy of the question about countryside, the banks, the number of banks. Can be a proxy to measure the difference between countryside
Which one? So the question is whether the percentage of provinces that were medieval. The slide before regarding banks, yeah?
It's the number of banks in the area, right?
Yes, the number of banks divided by per capita income. Yes, the proportion, yes. Yeah, could be. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So the question is whether it is a proxy of countryside vis-a-vis instead being, but that is a regional level. So I'm not saying in the place where the individual is located, okay? I'm looking at, so it tells you which is the percentage of the urban area vis-a-vis the countryside into the region. Okay, it's slightly different than saying whether it's relevant or not. So you are, the school is in the countryside or not. Slightly different. So we look at this one, okay, trying to see whether medieval commercial roots are relevant. The nuclear family structure also, because for the historian, nuclear family structure where when the kids go away from the family and they create, when they're very young, they create their own family, and usually they tend to study less. And then we look at GEI. We see the gender index was created by, don't remember the name of the author in Italy, but it's been constructed mainly by 4 elements, which is income, political, knowledge, so cultural and work representative of the women, okay, as an index, okay, that might well explain the difference between the different attitude and knowledge of girls vis-a-vis instead boys. And then we look also at cultural heritage, so we use the stereotype index, okay. What is the stereotype index? It's an index that the ISTAT creates, okay? It's an index done by many questions. They go around and ask individual many questions. We concentrate on only 4 of them because they were mostly related to what we were interested in. So they go around and ask whether it is mainly the men that have to take care of the economic needs of the family, or it is the man that takes the most relevant decision in the family. It is more important for men than for women to have a university degree, and men are less suitable for household chores. Okay, those are the questions they go around and ask. It is incredible to see the results, so the answer to these questions, okay? There is no region in which you find that they say that women, okay, should study, so the level of the index is highly positive, okay, for all regions in Italy. I was rather shocked by looking at it because I was not expecting this kind of result. I was expecting a huge difference between north and south, okay? That stupid a priori of a person coming from Milano, okay? But if you look, for example, at the question, the answer in Piemonte, or if you go instead to Veneto, you are pretty much at the same level sometimes of the Sicily. So it's almost unbelievable, I must say, to see the kind of question. So we use that index. 5 minutes, okay. I have to run. Okay, what happens? We control for everything, okay, as usual. So you see we concentrate only on the relevant one. So commercial rule for female, positive, okay, it explains some, but as you can see, it does not wash away the female difference there. The same is with a nuclear family. And then suddenly, when we use instead the stereotype index, again, we are not talking about we are talking about correlation, not causation. But when I add the stereotype index, my God, so female goes away. And you see what? There are regions in which the stereotype index is not 0 because I told you it's positive everywhere, okay? But in which stereotype index is very low, in which there is a small proportion of individuals that say that women should stay at home, they should not study, in which if you make a computation, so girls knows more, so perform better in financial literacy than men for 2 or 3 points, only few percentage points, but you see something positive and different there. So when we look, we were rather shocked. So stereotype index, in reality, it seems to explain a lot. But when you talk about explanation, you immediately go to causation in some way, okay, not to correlation. So, and of course, you cannot talk about causation there, but it seems that in the area in which people think they should stay at home, that you should not be concerned about income, and that's exactly what you hear into the family all around, women tend to know less, okay? They are less interested in the topic. So what we did then, of course, because they were killing us to say that, say, why don't you instrument and see whether you can instrument stereotype index, because it might well be the stereotype. People think that they should not be educated because women around don't like to go educated. So at the end, you have reverse causality. And so what we did, thanks to our colleague, okay, who was working with Alberto Lesina, we say, why don't we use instead our instrumental variable, which was used by Alberto and Paola, and Alberto and Paola mainly, and I don't remember the third one, is as an instrumental variable, which is to explain the division of roles between men and women. So look at the of plus positive environment plus negative environment. So they divided between culture, okay, not culture, but culture directly. So plants that you raise, in which you have to use PLAF or not PLAF, okay. By using that, they divided, since when you have to use PLAF, you need the strength, you need to be strong. That seemed that it's been the division between the role of men and women. And so we had, thanks to the FAO, and thanks to an ex-student who's in the FAO, so he made me sign a non-disclosure agreement, data on these plants growing up in Italy, and we used an instrumental variable as the instrumental variable of the stereotype index. And it works quite nicely, okay? So we were able to clean for that in general, and still it comes out that it really explains a lot the stereotype index, even when we instrument for it. Yeah?
But what if instead of stereotype, this would be an optimal allocation of skills? Like suppose that both the PLAF and the finance cause me this utility. And there are also other stuff that cause me this utility. Then it is optimal to allocate different skills just on one of the two.
Yes, Joanna is asking whether it's optimal or not. That there is I'm synthesizing the question, whether it's not optimal or not because there are inefficiency, that division or work. I'm not saying anything. It could be that it's optimal. Of course, I'm not supporting that, okay, it's because I did a completely different choice in my life. So was not optimal in my vision of the world. It could be optimal. My point is, it may be optimal also when they answer stereotyping, which is optimal to make this division. I'm only telling you that it's a good instrument, okay, for stereotypes, okay, for the rise of stereotype. And stereotype matters a lot when you look at the knowledge of the individual. By the way, we know that not knowing, okay, finance, women, okay, lose a lot. So it's not financial, so it's not optimal for them, okay, mainly to not know. Of course. But I tell you, I must tell you something. So I was also in some way negatively, okay, negatively touched by the fact that while I was explaining some fine international finance in Bologna, political science, okay, there were women in front and there were girls talking a lot. I say, please stop because you should be interested in that. They were looking at me saying, I'm not going to be the one who decided at home. 2021, okay? I'm not the only one who's going to decide at home. And that was sufficient to say, okay, we did well. So you see, maybe it's optimal, I don't know. I don't not pretend to do an optimization here, but I know which is I know my answer. I don't know whether.
I say be careful because this is
No, I know, that's a... Yeah. No, he's totally right in the sense that I shouldn't be judging in some way, okay? I'm judging because I feel in some way touched by that. You're totally right. It could be optimal. It could be optimal.
So why don't you call it gender bias index? Maybe it's semantic.
No, because the ISTAT calls, sorry, asking whether I can call gender bias index. No, because ISTAT calls stereotype index. So I'm using the name, and the name by ISTAT is a stereotype because they ask also regarding immigrants and so on and so forth. It's the stereotype, I use stereotype. I'm not changing the name of the index.
By the way, is the index of stereotype, is it a mix of the four indexes?
No. The stereotype, so Giovanni is asking whether the index stereotype is a mix of the four indices. No, it's much longer. And then, of course, we use only 4 of them, okay? And then we balance in such a way that it's equal to 1.
What about the first one? Sorry.
No. Let me go. Okay. So, I have to finish. Yes. So, also, since most of the financial literacy is also math literacy, we decided to take it away and see whether it remains. So the rest, we did exactly the same regression by looking at math literacy. And you can say math literacy, you see a difference between girls and men, but still there is financial literacy there, the difference. So we cleaned for that. I wanted to do that, and all the things go with it. We also look at selection, because I told you, so girls that go to, boys, so students that go to Lyceum, okay, in particular, we were able to disentangle also scientific Lyceum, no more, okay, and the other thing that we do was to say, well, it might be that they self-select. People that go to Lyceum, they self-select, they know more, they self-select. So we did also a self-selection, okay, analysis. I'm not showing you, but still everything remains, okay? We use control for peer effect. They talk each other, whether the people and the peers, or they talk about finance or not, can be endogenous. We look at teacher practices, okay? Whether teacher, they ask to repeat, or whether you did understood, whether they affect more. They do affect more. Teacher practices affect a lot. Still, they do not cancel. And they affect a lot women more than men, but they do not cancel the gender effect. And then we look also saving and financial literacy, whether it's relevant. We also have, I'm not showing you the details whether they have pocket money or not. But if you look here at saving and financial literacy matters, okay? And unfortunately, when you are looking at saving and financial literacy, it looks like as if females are saving less, okay? Which is strange, because usually girls save more, okay? In general, they tend to save more. But, okay, exactly go in that direction. If you look at how do they get money, they have much less money. So when we control, so women tend to have less pocket money, and when they get money, it's because they work at home. They clean, something at home. That is not the case for boys. You see a huge difference. PISA also show that. So I'm not showing you the regression here because pocket money matters, because there is reverse causality. By having pocket money or having a check or having a card, you might learn financial literacy, but we have all these results in general.
Laura?
Okay, end of it.
Okay.
So it's only, it was mainly an empirical work. I think we were able to look at some causality there, whether it's optimal or not, for sure. So what we find is that stereotype, okay, and that cultural attitude that might well be optimal, I have no idea, really tend to affect, or at least give different incentive to girls to know more about finance and other, even controlling for math, even controlling for the ability of women to understand text, so literature knowledge in general. Okay? End.
Okay, so we can We can start with the last session of this workshop. Sorry for, apologies for being a bit late, but thanks everyone for being here for this last session. Good afternoon, Luigi. I see you connected. So the first speaker is Luigi Guiso from the Einaudi Institute for Economics and Finance. He's going to present key returns to education. I do not waste time. We do have 4 papers in this session, so I do ask the presenters to try to stick for the presentation into 15, maximum 20 minutes. Luigi, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So I'll try to squeeze in 15 minutes. A little bit constrained that I will try to do whatever I can. So this is the second Luigi Pistalferri paper in this conference, I think. And the purpose of this paper is to inquire and study whether education, general education, as opposed to financial literacy or financial education, has a causal effect on returns of wealth. As you know, there is a huge literature on education mattering causally for returns in the labor market. It is affecting labor income. And the motivation for studying this connection at the time when the literature was started was to try to explain the determinants of the massive inequality in income that one can document in the data. Now there has been a huge shift in attention, I would say, diversion in attention from inequality in income to inequality in wealth. And the conclusion of this literature, what explains the degree of inequality in wealth, and in particular the concentration at the top, is that inequality in income is not enough to explain why wealth is concentrated. So there has been a change in focus, moving attention from inequality in income to inequality in returns to wealth in order to provide a potential explanation for why wealth is concentrated. And there is theoretical evidence that shows that if there is enough persistent heterogeneity in returns to wealth, then you can rationalize an extremely highly concentrated wealth at the top of the distribution. And the intuition is pretty simple. If one can earn high returns for a sufficiently prolonged period of time, given that wealth accumulates geometrically, you may end up being the wealthiest in a country if you are able to experience protracted returns, high returns to wealth. So I've been working on this issue and documenting that indeed returns to wealth tend to be persistently heterogeneous when you look at the broad population. And the question that we are asking in this paper is whether education can actually explain at least partly this heterogeneity as much as it can explain differences in labor income. And in order to try to provide an answer to this question, I'm going to use data from Norway, which has comprehensive information on people wealth across all type of assets and returns to wealth. And it has also, importantly, exogenous variation in education, thanks to the fact that they were adopting a school reform in the 1960s. So since there is very little time, let me go directly to the results. And essentially what I find is that education, if you look at simple correlation, that is, you run ordinary squares regression, is strongly correlated with returns to wealth. However, the effect disappears in instrumental variable regressions that rely on these school reforms. The same result obtains if we rely on a twins design test and compare, fraternal twins. So education instead has a causal effect on returns in the labor market, consistent with the literature that was mentioning earlier on. So it seems that heterogeneity in returns to wealth is mostly driven by non-learned ability, which is what the ordinary squares regression seem to be capturing, whereas general education doesn't seem to be able to affect performance in the capital market. So this is the empirical model, where on the left-hand side I have a measure of returns to wealth. E is the education of the investor. I have a bunch of controls for age in order to account for the fact that age may matter for life cycle patterns in wealth and returns as well. Then I have a control for the beginning of period wealth in order to capture scale effects. So this is the fact that wealthier individuals may be able to earn higher returns, and a bunch of additional controls. And importantly, there is some unobserved feature, these A's, which are both may reflect heterogeneity across individuals in ability and preferences in risk tolerance. So there are a bunch of identification issues which are pretty critical. The first one is a standard one, that this unobserved ability may be correlated with education, and so one needs to take care of this feature. The second one is that this W itself may matter for returns, but could be correlated with ability, because wealth in turn depends on savings, savings depend on income, and we know that income is affected by individuals' ability and education. So in order to try to achieve identification, what we do, we need first of all to clean for scale. And we do this by taking, first differences of this equation here, and then estimating this correlation, this regression between first differences in return and first differences in wealth, and get a consistent estimate of this delta parameter. Then we construct scale-adjusted returns as a difference between actual returns minus the effect of scale. And then in a second stage, we run instrumental variable regressions of returns adjusted for scale on education and other controls, instrumenting education with the school reform. So let me jump quickly to the data. We use population data for 2005 and 2015. This population data, essentially we have both information on incomes from the tax records. In Norway, there is also a wealth tax, and because of this, they collect data on all wealth components of the individual, as well as on income from capital. And so we are able to construct measures of returns to wealth. I think I've several times mentioned the properties of this data. One important one is that it is a very long panel, so we are able to measure average returns over a relatively long period of time. And secondly, which is critical for the exercise that we do, we can match parents and children. So we are able to identify where the kid was residing at the time the reform was implemented in the early 60s, because we see the location of the parents. So returns, we use a standard definition. So the numerator includes the income from assets plus capital gains minus the cost of debt, and then we scale it with a broad measure of total assets. Briefly, the Norwegian reform, this was adopted in the early 60s across different municipalities. The adoption was done over a 10 years period, and was importantly, it was staggered. That is, not all municipalities were adopting the reform at the same time. And the reform entailed a move in the compulsory schooling from 7 to 9 years. So some people, depending on the year of birth, were able to enjoy 2 extra years of treatment of schooling compared to the others. And importantly, depending on where parents were living at the time of the reform, some members of the same cohort, some kids that were born in the same year, were affected by the reform, some others were not. So what we do in the exercise at the end is to compare individuals that belong to the same cohort, but some were living in a municipality that was affected by the reform, some others were living in a municipality that at the time was not yet adopting the reform. The timing of the reform, this is an important issue, is essentially random. And this is what we find when we look at the correlation between being treated and the level of education. So, the treatment predicts the level of education. So let me show you, first of all, the effect of education, the causal effect using this reform on returns to labor income. What we find is that, this is the OLS estimate for males, this is the IV regression. The bottom line is that we document as much as already done in the literature that there is a causal effect of general education on performance in the labor market. Now, let me go to the results on returns to wealth. Now, we focus here...
Excuse me, Luigi, there is just a question from Tullio.
Yes, please. Yeah. I don't hear anything.
Yeah, just...
Luigi, this is Tullio. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So just a question. So Norway is, I think, a country with high education. Probably many people go to college. So I was wondering, maybe there are some features of the education system, say the quality of education, or for instance, whether you had more math in school, that might, something that is related with your ability to process financial information and so forth, that might be related to returns, not some in addition to number of years, or is that possible with your data? To have some finer information on education, because you have apparently have everything on Norway, no? So you,
not on the on this reform. It's definitely true that we could potentially do an exercise on the field of study for those that attend college and see whether there is an effect of the field of study, which is something that we would like to do. And there is a potential to have a good identification strategy, because they randomize the admission to college. I mean, they essentially apply for college, and they have to state 3 preferences. Number 1, I want to do medicine. Number 2, I want to do economics. And number 3, I want to do, math. And then based on preferences, there is some randomization. They tend to comply with your ranking, but sometimes they cannot. And so at the margin, there is some randomization in the destination of the students to the field of study. So one can exploit that in order to identify the effect of the field of study. On these data, we know nothing about, the content of the extra 2 years. So on this, I don't know whether, they got more math, whether they got, I have no information on the content of the curriculum, essentially. So I cannot exploit that much. Okay, next, as I said, so we focus on people that were exposed to the reform. So these guys that were born between 1946 and 1958. And they are, single in the first year of our data, this is in year 2004. The reason why we focus on singles is because identification of education among married couples is super complex, because you don't know who is in charge of the management of the assets of the family. And there is massive heterogeneity across couples. Sometimes it's a boy, sometimes it's a girl, sometimes they collaborate and participate both. So at the end, we have a sample of 160,000 individuals that at the time we observed them, they are between 47 and 59. So it's a good age bracket, because that is a time when, you know, investment decisions are being made and they have enough assets to manage. This is what we find when we run ordinary squares regression. We find that there is a powerful correlation between years of education and the return on wealth, of the order of 18 basis points for each year of education. So it's a substantial effect. You know, 10 years means that the average return on assets is about 1.8 percentage points higher for those with 10 years more education. When we run IV using as instrument the exposure to the reform, what we find is that the effect essentially vanishes. So the effect, you know, drops essentially to zero and loses statistical significance. Now, the statistical significance is partly to be expected because this is a property of instrumental variable regression. But the important point is that the economic effect essentially disappears. So we are unable to find, you know, a causal effect of education on returns to wealth. We get the same result if we use a twin design to get rid of this unobserved heterogeneity. Now, twins here are people that are born on the same day from the same parents, and they are of the same sex. So it's not, we do not have the direct information whether they are twins or not, but I think, you know, these three properties identify twins. We have few. And that is to be expected. So it's a relatively small sample. But we get results that are quite impressive, I would say, given that the size of the sample is relatively small. So, you know, if you look at the pooled sample, for instance, you know, the OLS correlation between education and returns to wealth is similar to the one that we get in the whole sample. When we insert twin fixed effects, and so get rid of unobserved heterogeneity, the effect essentially vanishes, drops to zero. So no causal effect of education in this sample. Instead, if we use the same twins to look at returns on labor income, we do find the usual causal effect of education. So to conclude, given that we are constrained by timing, I think what education is capturing in OLS must be some form of heterogeneity, either in risk preferences or heterogeneity in some type of asset management capability, or potentially both. So we try to provide some evidence for whether you know, whether risk preferences can explain everything, and actually they cannot. So for instance, if we look at returns on deposits that are by definition a risk-free asset, partly because they are fully covered by deposit insurance, we still find the difference between the OLS and IV estimates. So, you know, we find mild evidence that the OLS are capturing differences for risk. Probably it seems that they are more likely to be capturing some form of ability, or if you want, a persistent capacity to filter information. So, if so, you know, one natural, we are left, I think, with two important questions. One is, what is the dimension of ability that may matter? One potential candidate, in my view, is attention capacity. That is we know that attention matters for wealth management, We also know that attention matters for investment in education. More attentive individuals know that they have this capacity, and so they tend to invest more in education. The second question is why general education seems to have a causal effect on returns in the labor market, but not on returns in the capital market. One potential logical explanation is that signaling is what is driving returns in the labor market. So education plays no clear causal role, but is mostly is signal. And signal plays clearly no role in self-managed wealth. Another possibility is instead that while general education pays off in the labor market, what is required for doing better in asset management, you need some specific form of training. So that would be our next step. And I think in answering Tullio, I sort of, provided potential scope for a next project that looks at specific training and the causal effect of specific training for performance in the capital market. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So there is a first question.
Hi, Luigi. Oops.
Hello.
I just was wondering, is this really asset management ability, or is it like the drivers of the high returns in the capital markets is entrepreneurship?
It could be. So entrepreneurship is inside the calculation in the sense that the measure of returns that we use is comprehensive. So it includes also returns from private businesses. It includes returns from entrepreneurship in this case. So could be is definitely there.
But can you, if you took out the returns to private businesses, would the results change?
I don't know. I haven't done that exercise, but actually what I can say is that if I look only at returns on specific assets, I get the same results. So if I look at returns on assets, if I look at total assets, if I look at returns on financial assets, if I look at returns on debt, if I look at returns on deposits, so I'm not specializing, I'm focusing on a particular type of asset, I get the same result. That is, the OLS regressions, they are all correlated. They show a positive correlation between education and the return on the specific asset. When I do the IV, the correlation disappears, both on the asset side and on the debt side, and independently of the degree of riskiness of the asset. So I would say that the results should be robust to dropping the entrepreneurs from the sun.
Is another question by Elsa?
Indeed, what one expects from this analysis. Why are you sidestepping financial literacy? Because you don't have, I mean literacy and not education at average or good level of financial knowledge.
I know sidestepping was not taught at the time, so I have nothing to say on financial.
And you have no way of approximate because you have no.
No, I have no information on the financial literacy or financial knowledge of these people. I mean, if you want to get a measure of financial literacy, you need to measure it on some type of survey. So these are data that comes from the registry, are population data, and the only thing that I see for all these people is the general level of education. I see the field of study, like, whether they have a degree in economics, and if I do insert a dummy for whether you have a degree in economics, I do find that there is a positive correlation between having a degree in economics and the returns to capital. But this is an OLS regression, and so it is hard to interpret, because it could be easily that people that pick up economics, maybe they do so because they have particular talent for that particular field, and so they do better also in managing their savings.
Okay, thank you, Luigi.
There is still one question, please.
Yes.
Hi, Luigi. Elisa speaking.
Hi.
Hi. So if it is attention capacity, though, this is an attention in the sense it matters to me to care about my wealth, no? And how do you see the link with specific field knowledge? I have in mind people who care about their wealth and who are willing to rely on consultants and have good consultants. So you could be part of that cohort that just relies on good consultants because they care and they do not have a degree in math or in econ.
Yeah.
Is there? I realize that given your data is probably very difficult to be able to pin out these people. And how do you?
I mean, I don't know whether these people are advised or not, and how they manage their wealth. The only thing that I observe is the final end correlation between education and performance. So it could be that if you are the ability that you have is the ability to spot which financial manager is better than average. And we know that not all financial managers are equally good. There are some that tend to probably be better than others. Now, I was reading this morning a paper that will be presented at the CPR Household Finance Conference, I think, next week, that was documenting that is looking at the returns on wealth of the very, very top people in the US. Using proprietary data from, I think is from JP Morgan, I think. And they were showing that people at the very, very top, they do pretty well and differentially so when it comes to sophisticated types of investment. The interpretation they were providing is that these people have access to better services. They are able to spot which asset managers are better in the market. Now, this is a particular type of capacity, is a particular type of ability. Whether you learn it at school or not, is debatable. My impression is that, going to school or spending 10 years more at school, I don't know whether that helps you in spotting which financial manager is better and where are, the profit opportunities, the ability to discover profit opportunities by third parties sitting.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks, Luigi. And we can move to the second presentation from Riccardo Calcagno from the Polytechnic of Turin, presenting financial literacy and long-run economic growth.
Here we go. Okay, thank you for inviting me to these interesting conferences, especially because I think we are the only paper without data, and so and you will understand why. You're very tolerant, so I hope you accept just few formulas without data. Well, I think you will understand why we don't have data in a while. So this is a joint work with Alberto Bucci and Simone Marsiglio. And let me try if it works. The motivation is very simple. I mean, we are all convinced here in this audience that financial literacy matters for taking good decisions. And there is large evidence, many of the authors are here or connected, I think, about how this helps to take, to have good behaviors and good attitudes. Most of this evidence is at microeconomic levels. So individuals, households do better if they know more about finance under various dimensions. Okay, stock market participation, returns they can earn, time in the market and so on, planning financially for retirement and so on. We think that there is much less evidence at a macroeconomic level why financial literacy should matter if we go at aggregate level. In our knowledge, the only works present in the literature are one by Annamaria and others about the effect that financial literacy has on wealth inequality, and another paper by Tullio and Padula, which is a life cycle model, so micro-macro, I don't know how to fit it in, but anyway, it's an intertemporal decision model in which the individual can endogenously decide how much financial literacy to accumulate, and higher financial literacy, as in the paper by Lusardi et al., helps as a benefit, it increases the returns on savings that the individual can earn. Because if you know better about the financial markets, you can better screen the investment possibilities and so on and so forth. You earn higher returns on your savings, and then this has a regressive effect on wealth, of course. Okay, so if you know other papers, please let me know, but these are the main two that we have found, and in particular, we didn't find anything about the importance that at aggregate level, financial knowledge might have on economic growth by itself. And here's the motivation and the main ideas, and then I present you briefly the model. We basically take the idea that is already present in other papers, that financial literacy, if you want here, is financial knowledge specific, or if you want even more general, it's knowledge specific to finance, financial markets, financial products, how the financial intermediaries work, and so on and so forth. It's a form of human capital, but it's a very specific form in the sense that, well, first of all, it costs time and effort to be produced as all human capital. Second, it doesn't help you to produce. In our model, we will have a unique production sector, because a unique consumption good. So financial literacy doesn't help you to consume more, to produce more. This is reminding of, when we have tried to present financial literacy programs to small entrepreneurs, that they say, okay, this is very great, but I have enough things to do for running my business. So financial literacy is not going to help an engineer to project better 3D printers. But on the other side, it takes time to learn these things. However, there is a benefit, and the benefit, we take it from the idea of Tullio and Annamaria. Higher financial literacy helps you process better information, and then in the end, as an aggregate level, increase return on savings. But if we go to the macroeconomic level, what does it mean, producing high return on savings? It means that the financial intermediary sector, financial markets, who transform savings into capital invested in the end, transfer savings from family to companies, somehow at the aggregate level, again, they might be able to select better investment opportunities. So these higher savings must go somewhere. This high return on savings must be generated by something. And we would just say, well, this is generated in a black box by the financial intermediary sector, that somehow, if you have better, more advised savers, it means that it will be forced to incanalate these savings into better production opportunities. And then overall, at a macroeconomic level, it might generate higher returns on capital invested. So this is the little link we add. That, of course, is debatable. And given that we want to talk about growth And we add this specific form of knowledge that we call financial literacy. We take the horse work of endogenous growth models, where human capital is the key. So the Uzzava-Lucas model. And what do we do with this model? We just add a financial sector that generates some return on investment. And these returns on investment are endogenous.
Does it work also on the liability side?
It could be a channel through which a more educated, financially educated population in the end generates better investment opportunities. Or if you want, it's able to finance the investment opportunities at a lower cost, and in the end to generate a higher return factor. Yeah.
Looking for funds.
I mean, we didn't. You will see it's a black box for us. Let me show you the black box. We didn't specify how this works. So I get there. This slide is just the classic Uzzava-Lucas model with three sectors. So Y is the production sector where a unique consumption good is produced. H is the human capital stock, which you see it's accumulated through time. And the third, A is the stock of financial knowledge. Also, financial knowledge can be accumulated through time. How? Investing a quota V, let's call it V, even if it's a Greek, a quota V of the existing stock of human capital. Okay, so the existing stock of human capital, HT, can be used in three ways. Either to produce the consumption good, this is the fraction UT that goes into production, or to produce new financial knowledge, the fraction VT goes to accumulating financial knowledge. And what is left, so 1 minus UT minus VT, goes into the accumulation of new human capital. Okay, so you have a stock of human capital, you decide endogenously what to do with it. That's very much standard. We use, Cobb-Douglas everywhere because otherwise we can't find closed form solutions. What is new? What do we add? And here is, the key element is this financial sector that, transfers intertemporary savings, but not only transfers them, it invests them, and is able to produce a return on this investment, where R is the return factor. We see we are pretty agnostic on both how they do it and what are the determinants of this return factor. We keep it very general. We say, look, through this channel, better educated savers are able to select, more performing investments, and then in the end, in this financial sector, we will get higher return on capital invested. Is a black box for us. But we'll say this return might depend on all the macroeconomic conditions, so the physical capital stock, the human capital stock, the financial knowledge stock, K, H, and A, and also on how much human capital is used to produce, to generate new human capital, or to acquire financial knowledge. Okay, the last two variables are the control variables, U and V, for using human capital for production or using human capital to learn financial knowledge. Okay, and this is going to affect, of course, the dynamic evolution of physical capital, because now savings, Y minus C, what is not consumed, it's transferred to the financial sector, transformed through this return factor, and then it generates the stock of physical capital next period. Okay, so this is the main add we introduced in the Uzzava-Lucas model. And then from here on, well, we solved the social planner problem. And we try to solve for what? For the control U and V.
Just a question, but in your saving definition, don't you have part of resources that go into the production of this financial literacy
You need physical capital to produce financial literacy. To produce financial literacy, we need human capital and previous financial literacy. Is the last equation there. Okay? We assume we don't need physical capital. It's an assumption.
Just a moment, sorry for the microphone, otherwise those connected.
The question before by Tullio was why, well, do we need the physical capital, some form of capital to produce financial knowledge?
So my point is that you have a trade-off between V and or N, okay, and H. So the I is N, the lower is going to be the accumulated H afterwards. Okay.
Well, yes.
But the problem is that the multiplication, you have V multiplied by H. So the same V multiplied by H, okay, can be done by a higher V, N, and a lower H, and a higher H and lower N, okay, but it gives exactly the same results.
The trade-off will be, what do you do with your human capital?
I know, but the results there in the accumulation 80 plus 1 is exactly the same, whether you have a higher N and lower H or higher H and lower N.
Yes.
There is nothing particular in financial literacy there.
No, it's a form of knowledge.
It's a form of
it's
knowledge.
A form of
which
knowledge.
Is substitutable with
of
the
course.
other one. Completely substitutable. Okay.
Completely. You could call A knowledge. No, it has nothing financial. I agree with you. Where does the financial kick in? From the fact that the N, combined with the H, of course, is going to affect the return on investments generated by the aggregate sector. That comes, but there are substitutes. Yes, there's, okay.
Riccardo, sorry. What I would have expected, if you go to the previous slide, is simply to have financial literate people with a different alpha from financial illiterate people, no? The macro models that are around today are models in which there is a straightforward impact. So you have people who are able to run their business, okay, and they have a different alpha from people who are unable to run their business. This is not something you want to have in your model, or is an alternative representation? This is something which is unclear to me.
Alpha, you mean the elasticity of physical capital in the production function?
Yeah, how good they are in making physical capital produce consumption. Good.
Okay, this we think of
which is similar to the discussion.
It might be that the model can be rewritten in such a way that alpha depends on the financial literacy. It might be. We think most of alpha is a technological parameter, like in Lucas. It's the elasticity of physical capital and in the consumption production function. Okay. So it's, if you want, this is technological. Of course, it can vary through time and so on, which is not in the case in our model. But let's say it comes from technology. And what comes from finance at large is not the ability to produce better goods, but it's the ability to produce more returns on savings.
Okay.
Okay? Of course, it's. We really want to. How to say it? To distinguish between the existing Lucas model, where all the emphasis is on technology and human capital as a main driver of growth, to our model where we add this third channel, which is not just particular knowledge, but is a knowledge that we call financial knowledge, which has these specific characteristics of allowing the system to generate better returns on the capital invested.
And everyone has to go through the financial sector.
And
so it's a sort of restricted participation story.
Yes, this is going to be a representative producer-consumer model, so it's aggregate.
Okay. I see it. Thanks.
Okay, let me go faster. This looks maybe complicated, but it's more standard than what one think. Is basically the solution that we are able to, again, to obtain in closed form because of everything is Cobb-Douglas, everything is regular, and the function R, sorry, is this function R, this return function generated by the financial sector is also Cobb-Douglas, stable across time. Okay, so nothing changes. Of course, it's a strong. We'll see. It's a strong assumption. Anyway, the characteristics of the solution are, I think, already indicating more or less where we are going. Well, first of all, the check that, if our financial sector is passive, if you want, or there is no financial sector, like we are back in the Lucas model, then we are back to their solution. That's first coherency result. But then more important, we find, like them, that the fraction of human capital that is devoted to production, U, and the fraction of human capital which is devoted into accumulation of new financial knowledge, NI, are constant through time, U bar and E bar. And you don't accumulate new financial knowledge, so there will be no financial knowledge, if the elasticity of R with respect to NI or the stock of financial knowledge is zero. What does it mean? Of course, if financial knowledge doesn't help to produce at an aggregate level better, higher return on investment, you don't accumulate for it. Okay, here you already see in the end what is going to be one of the drivers of the result. Financial knowledge accumulation, increasing financial literacy is going to be optimal if and only if we have a financial sector that somewhat reacts to it. Okay, that's going to be the main message if you want. Then I'm going to decline it a little bit better. But we cannot just push and intervening in terms of financial knowledge if on the other side we have, let's say, a very inefficient financial sector that even if I go to the bank and ask for, I try to find better products or better, lower fees, or I want to that fund or that fund, in the end, it doesn't react. I don't have a specific example in mind, but you can think that this might happen. It might happen in particular some sectors, in some periods. Then what else? Then we computed the long-term rate of growth of our economy, and this is gamma y. The long run growth rate of the economy is going to depend on two growth rates. So gamma y you see here is related to gamma r and gamma h. So gamma r is the growth rate of this return factor. You can think that this gamma r is equal to 0 if you want. So the return factor generated by the financial sector is positive, 2%. It's constant. And in that case, gamma r would be equal to 0, even if the financial sector does generate a little bit of growth. And the gamma h is like the growth rate of the stock of human capital. So you see that we refine the classic result of Fuzawa-Lucas, that gamma h, so it's the growth of human capital, that it's a key factor for economic growth. It's still there. But then there is another effect that's called a direct effect kicking in. It's also what the financial markets, the financial sector is doing that matters. 2 minutes. Okay? And so I think I can kind of wrap up looking at this equation, if you want, in a bit informally, which says, look, if somewhat the presence of an efficient financial sector allows the economy to accumulate more human capital, then growth will be enhanced. Here we have a trade-off. If you accumulate human capital, you don't learn financial literacy, or vice versa. If you want to learn a lot of financial literacy, you don't have time to accumulate human capital, which is more general. Okay, so in general, we think that the more financial literacy you try to produce, the less will be the more general human capital that you are able to produce. So the accumulation of financial literacy is probably likely to reduce this gamma H. But on the other side, according to the specificity of the financial sector, financial literacy, average financial literacy of population can induce better return on capital invested through the work of financial intermediaries.
Sorry, but these returns are increasing over time because RT plus 1 divided by RT is equal to a constant. So because usually in these models you have a constant interest rate in steady state, even if the growth rate of capital, even if capital is perpetually growing. Yeah. Here you have a constant growth rate of the interest factor. Is that correct?
It could be that, again, gamma R could be negative or could be zero.
Okay. Yeah. Well, suppose gamma R is positive, then.
Yes, then you're correct. Then we will have a financial sector that amplifies growth, not only, but it becomes bigger and bigger with respect to the whole economy.
But this is a relevant case, right? I mean, because the case gamma R is equal to zero for you, I mean, it's not.
Yes, let's take the case in which, correct, gamma R is equal to 0, and all the effect goes through the accumulation of human capital. Then we would still have, is it here? Is it here? Fix gamma R equal to 0, and let's see what happens to the rate of economic growth. This is going to be dependent only on the rate of growth of human capital. And then here we are going to look at what happens compared to the Uzavaluka's economy, where there is no financial sector, this is gamma UL. And we could have two cases. We could have that in our economy, in the end, the human capital grows more or less than in the case without financial sector. And again, depending on the returns that financial literacy and production have on the financial sector. So basically our story is going to say, look, we have two potential channels through which financial knowledge on aggregate can influence positively or negative growth. It's through the accumulation of human capital, it's through the efficiency of financial sector. But if the aggregate level of knowledge of the population is not affecting the efficiency of financial sector, then forget. Then the effect overall on growth will be negative or 0. Okay, I think I don't have more time to.
Sorry for this, but I think we are really running late. So thanks for the presentation and also for the questions.
We all have a lot of questions, maybe some objections also, but really.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna be here.
Yes. Thank you very much. So we can move then to Anna Loprete from the University of Turin and CeRP, presenting civic engagement and policy outcomes.
Okay, so hi everyone. We are almost at the end of this conference, so I'm trying to entertain you a little bit for the last minutes, trying not to lose other people which are online right now. And this is a little bit of a link with the previous work, because now I'm going to show you what is the macroeconomic literature on financial literacy, which has been developed in these years. This is a research project. This paper I'm going to present today is a work in progress, so every kind of comment, if we don't have time, just write me from home. You have to improve it. It will be very welcome. I've been working on financial literacy for quite a while now, and I'm looking at financial literacy, how it is related to macroeconomic phenomena. At the very beginning, I was looking at how it was related to personal, let's say, finance choice, and now this paper is part of a research project which is instead trying to focus on the relationship between financial literacy and public choice from a macroeconomic point of view. So the idea is we can use maybe financial literacy as an indicator of the ability of citizens to understand, assess the content of the policies they are going to vote for when casting a ballot in national elections, or they are going to assess as people who are belonging to a society. So it would be interesting to understand if this dimension captured by financial literacy is relevant to electoral participation, for instance. This is another paper I presented today at the CEA, and in this case, to policy outcomes. The idea is related to a couple of works I did in the last days with Federico Ravelli from the University of Torino. We were not talking about financial literacy, but we were trying to understand how political participation is related to the quality of policy outcomes. And basically the idea here and in other literature is that it is not the number of people who vote what matters, but the quality of the electorate. And this relates to your understanding of policy content. This paper in particular is going to explore if financial literacy, which measures citizen understanding of this content of policies, is associated to what I can call democratic policy outcomes, where democratic means, I will show you what is the literature reference, bigger governments, less income inequality across countries. I anticipate the findings because maybe I'm not going through all the presentation. The sample includes 67 countries, advanced and developing countries. The number is limited by data availability. They are observed over the period 1990-2014. I will do a cross-sectional analysis. In future, I will try to do also some panel analysis on this data. And what I found is that in countries where people are more financially literate, there are bigger governments and more equal income distribution. This effect is causal if you believe in the instrumental variable approach I'm going to use. And what is relevant, it seems not to depend on voter turnout, so on how many people show up at the polls, okay, cast a ballot at national elections. What is the grounding which motivates this analysis? Here there is written literature on civic engagement. There is, some understanding. I mean, in political science, especially in social philosophy, higher education may increase the health of a democratic society and lead to the more distributive politics. What is the mechanism behind? There is a civic education theory which dates back to ancient Greece, so I'm not citing all the authors like Aristotle, but also more current colleagues in... No time for that, exactly. And according to which education is a process whereby people develop civic skills. So the idea is that you understand how to behave in a society, participate in a society, being part of a society. This is going to spur what it can be called civic engagement. So there is an accumulation of human capital. It's not only knowledge, it's skills which are related to living in a society. And this civic engagement, in turn, is what may explain, for instance, the link between education and democracy. This has also been theorized in a paper by Glaser, Schleifer, and Ponzetto in 2007. It is related to the returns of education, which is going to increase the returns on civic engagement and then the support for democratic regimes. So there is this kind of idea that this engagement relates to democracy and democratic policy outcomes. If you look at macroeconomic analysis on democratic forms of government and policy outcomes, so mainly they are related to fiscal policy outcomes, there are 3 papers. If you know something more, please tell me, which relates the institutional structure of a society, how much participate is a society, to redistributive policies, so essentially to bigger public budgets and inequality measures. They do not talk about civic engagement directly, and sometimes they use voter turnout, but it's not directly studied, this mechanism. It's more an indirect mechanism. Financial literacy, we all know about financial literacy, microeconomics. This is what I understood today. So it's related to a lot of individual behavior about personal finance, retirement choices, so on and so forth. It's also related in experimental environments, frameworks, to how much an individual support economic reforms or her attitudes toward distribution. What is going on at the macroeconomic level? Of course, it is related to portfolio diversification. It also relates to inequality. I wrote a couple of papers. They are published since 2013. Also, Annamaria wrote about wealth inequality. Here, the idea was to modify what is called in some sort of literature, macroeconomics, the finance inequality nexus, to see if financial literacy was there. And financial literacy seems to be the element which help decreasing income inequality across countries, and makes the effect of financial market development disappear, meaning that people may reap the benefits of financial markets only if they know how to use these instruments. It's not the number of instruments which matter. It's also related to financial inclusion, and in very recent literature is related to the support of economic reforms. So with Elsa, we were the first to use this indicator for measuring understanding of public policies. And the idea was, if you are a government, you are enacting a structural reform, a pension reform in our case, how is modified your probability to be re-elected in the next electoral round? And we found that in countries where people understand the economic content of policies, this probability is higher, meaning that these were structural reforms needed to make a public budget sustainable. So if you understand they are needed, you are not going to punish that government in the next electoral round. This is a macroeconomic studies, as well as my study on the link between literacy, financial literacy, and voter turnout. And there is a recent paper by Murtino Piccirilli and Agnese Sacchi, macroeconomic work, these two, which is on this line of reasoning, which relates financial literacy and more informed political choices in a similar context. So there is something going on at the macroeconomic level. The data I'm going to use are aggregate data. I will measure policy outcomes using general government financial consumption expenditure to GDP, and the income share held, non-help, sorry about the typo, by the lowest 10% of the population. I could use other measure, yes, but it's still a work in progress. So again, if you have any idea, tell me. And I'm going to use the standard and poor indicator of financial literacy, which is the one which allows for a wider country coverage. Up now, it has only a cross-sectional information. It's based on a survey which was administered in 2014. And jumping on the details, it basically measures the percentage of the population who is financially literate in a country. Controls and voter turnout, I'm going to measure also voter turnout, is the percentage of eligible voters casting a ballot in parliamentary elections. So I'm going to show you a little bit, yes, there is also the arrow. These are just descriptive figures. These are bivariate association in this 77 country sample between financial literacy and government size, voter turnout and government size, and then a control for voter turnout and financial literacy. So I'm trying to partial out the effect of the other variable to show you that the association with financial literacy is pretty robust, while the number of people who vote basically is something which looks like spurious. It's not only spurious because of the effect of financial literacy, but also of other variables. So this descriptive evidence is saying that maybe it's important to try to measure the understanding of policy contents more than the number of people who vote in a country when we talk about government size. These are the results from OLS estimations. Be gentle looking at what I'm using here as control. These are standard control variables. More robustness checks are in need. As you see, financial literacy is always significant, is positively associated to government size when we control for a set of macroeconomic variables, also for the electoral rules, the kind of institution you have in a country, financial market development, and voter turnout, which is never significant, even when we do not control for financial literacy. I can tell you that indicators of education at school are not significant in these regressions, and since these are just associations, I also run some instrumental variable regressions, instrumenting financial literacy with the number of people, percentage of Protestants people in a country in 1980, so before the start of our observation period, and natural openness. These instruments are good. They are strong enough, according to the Kleber-Papp weak identification test. I'm still trying to find better instruments. Not able to, but if you have a look, this effect is still there. So it's causal, it's positive. In countries where people are more financially literacy, my interpretation is they understand better the content of policies, there are bigger governments, so public expenditure is higher. And also, I'm jumping, let's say from here, income inequality is lower when we go to see where we use the income share of the lowest 10% of the population. So I'm not going to show you the results. I'm just telling you about a few things about concluding remarks. Why it is important. There is this kind of literature, macroeconomics. We are trying to use financial literacy in this context, trying to see if it captures also this dimension of choice by citizens. It's important because this does not question the fact that it's better to have more people who vote, but it goes to capture another dimension of civic engagement, which relates to what is shared by a society, so the understanding of public policies. And of course, normative implications could be huge because if your, let's say, objective is to have a more participative society, maybe in your educational programs, you have to include also some financial literacy module. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Anna, really, for helping us keeping the time and for the presentation. Unless there is one direct, immediate question, I propose to move to the next and last presentation. There is any question at the moment? Otherwise, we can keep the question for at the end. So, for both papers, yes, indeed. So the last one is presented by Raffaele Corvino from the University of Turin and the CeRP on gambling or investing, the government's trade-off.
Does it work? Can I keep standing? Yeah. We have done many presentations online during these 2 years, so always sitting. So if you allow me, I will stand on. So thanks to the organizer for having this super preliminary paper on the program. That's really the first time that we present this work. That's a joint work with Francesco Ruggero, that is a Bank of Italy, so the usual disclaimer applies, and thanks in particular to the audience for resisting and still here until the end of this long day. Okay? So let me go straight to motivate this paper. So we have seen an impressive increase in the amount of gambling expenditure over the last decades. Okay? So that's the personal consumption expenditure in the US. Then jumped up to $142 billion until, of course, pre-COVID time. That's also in terms of US GDP, so that's basically the same trend. Now the gambling industry accounts for 0.5% of the US GDP, and that was again a huge increase in over the last decades. That's common across countries. It's not peculiar to US. That's common also across European countries, in particular the developed countries. That's the gambling yield in UK, so that's simply the difference between the jackpot, the total jackpot, and the prize returning to the players. Yeah, so what is withheld net of the prize. And that's again up to 14 billion of UK pounds just in the pre-COVID time. What are the reasons behind that? So first of all, liberalization, implemented by several developed systems over the last decades in many developed countries for two reasons. First of all, to fight against the illegal gambling. But the second important reason was to improve the public revenue. And that is the amount of the amount of public revenue in our country, okay, collected by gambling. So that now accounts for around 2% of the total tax revenue, and overall account for more than 11 billion of euros. So that's more what we spend for Quattrocento, for instance. Yeah. Sorry? Yeah, I mean, you can think about the tax on gambling as retain a part of the jackpot, so before giving the prize, or just taxing the prize after that. Yeah, so most of the taxes are basically implicit. That's what we model in our paper. So you collect 100 and you retain as a prize 80. That's the implicit 20 is taxes. But then you can also tax. You know, when we win Super Enalotto, you can also tax after that. Overall, that's pre-COVID again. More than more than 11 billions of euro collected as public income from gambling. Okay, so to give you an idea, that's more what we spend for all the university system in Italy. That's more what we spend for reddito cittadinanza over 1 year. Okay, so that's a lot. The second driver is simplicity, right? So no knowledge requires to gamble, and we have seen a lot of expansion in terms of technology, so now it's very easy to gamble. Yeah, so by home, just on our PC. So it looks like an effortless, risky opportunity. Yeah, to the opportunity to have a huge gain from a small loss without any effort. Yeah, really an effortless, risky opportunity. And that looks like in contrast with investment in financial markets, where we have still the belief that some financial literacy, some financial knowledge is needed. So there is some fears, a skepticism about investment in financial markets. So the transaction cost. So let's say there are barriers to entry, both pecuniary, the usual transaction cost, and non-pecuniary. Yeah, so I mean, this belief that some financial literacy is needed to join the stock market, the investment market. Indeed, I mean, we have seen also the paper that was presenting Joanna before, that's the limited participation rate in stock market is a kind of stylized fact in asset pricing, in household finance literature, especially in the European countries. Despite that, a key social value, the potential social value that stock markets may have, because I mean, with the stock markets, we provide funds to the firms to produce output. And then, I mean, we can enhance the job opportunities providing more funds. And then we can improve also tax revenue, corporate tax profits. Yeah, so the social value of stock markets is quite relevant. So let's say the welfare planner, we think, may have the opportunity to drive these choices. First of all, by setting the corporate tax rate. So what is the trade-off that the welfare planner, such as the government, faces when make these public choices? Yeah? So when sets the corporate tax rate, then in higher tax rates improves the public income to finance public expenditure, okay? So to increase welfare. On the negative side, instead, tax rate reduce the after-tax earnings, so lower dividend firm value to the shareholders, so can depress the motivation to invest, so less job, less capital, and less taxes at the end. On the other side, taxes on gambling, if you raise the taxes, so decrease the price that you return to the players, then higher tax rate on gambling improve again the public income, but reduce the after-tax price, so that's the lower wealth available to the players, and so depress again the motivation to gamble. So this paper studies this twofold government trade-off. So we analyze the optimal policy of the welfare planner with a simple static model. Now, because of timing, in terms of timing that's available to me, and because of timing, in terms of 6 p.m. on Friday afternoon, I will save you from any equation. So I will not show any equation, just a very quick outline of the model, and then just a couple of tables and plots. Yeah? So in the model, we have an education heterogeneous individuals. So those are the agents These individuals are at the same time investors, employees, and consumers. Okay? So they start from an initial endowment, and they invest this initial wealth across stock markets, gambling, or just a bank, okay, just deposit into a bank deposit. They work for the firm, and so they produce they help to produce an output and receive a salary. And then consumer final wealth, that's the sum of the payoff of the investment plus the salary plus the public good. Yeah? And they are homogeneous, at least at this stage of the paper. They are homogeneous in terms of endowment, but they are heterogeneous in terms of education. So that means that, of course, they have different level of education. This education affects at the same time. Yeah. Not yet, let's say. Yeah, no, we are aware of that. So the heterogeneity education affects, on one side, the cost to access the financial markets. So that means that the most educated individual does not bear any cost to access the financial markets, and the less educated people instead have higher cost to access the financial markets. And importantly, the heterogeneity in education affects the understanding of the probabilities involved in the lottery. Yeah, so that's, for instance, the slide of Annamaria yesterday, right, about the probabilities. So more educated people understand better, yeah, which are the probabilities to win a lottery, compared to the less educated people that have some trouble to understand this probability. And we assume that the severity, the strength of this overestimation, the misunderstanding of the probabilities increase with illiteracy. Yeah? Then we have a firm that raises capital by stocks issuance. So we don't have yet a debt market, but it's just unlevered firm that raises capital by stocks, hires the individual as workers, produce an output, so distributes after-tax profits to the shareholders, and we have, the firm produce output according to a productivity parameter that is a combination between an exogenous component as the business cycle and an endogenous component given by the quality of the workers, again, in terms of education. And then we have a bank that offers a deposit at the risk-free rate, and then again, the social planner, that's the government that sets, so decide, and collects taxes on tax profits and on corporate profits and gambling. So produce and distributes this public good, then, does that according to a given level of efficiency. So that means that, the government can be heterogeneous in terms of efficiency. So an efficient government produce more than how much is collected, and vice versa. In efficient government, gives back to the individuals less than what's collected by taxes on profits and gambling. Okay? And the objective is to maximize the total welfare as sum of individuals' utility. So let me motivate quickly. 5, 6. Okay, so I want just to quickly motivate this key assumption that the education that drives at the same time cost to access the financial markets and misunderstanding of the probabilities involved in the lottery. So first of all, that's CeRP data from the usual Dutch household data set. So it's that's the old wave. Why old wave? Because that's the only wave at the moment seems that contains data at individual level about gambling. And so that's confirmed the usual, stylized limited stock market participation. 18% of people participate in the stock market in that year. More than double of them join a gamble, so at 36%. But importantly, what we underline is a clear, let's say, dichotomy. So only 4% of people at the same time invest in the stock market and join a gamble. Then what we do, we relate the decision to invest in the stock market and to gamble to a set of observable characteristics. And the important thing is that we underline is that, the level of education, so both with a dummy variable, college, not college, or with a, let's say, more comprehensive variable measuring the years of schooling. In any case, the level of education is the only variable that has some explanatory power for both. Of course, with opposite sign. Yeah, so more educated people invest in the stock market, as I have a propensity to invest in the stock market. So the probability to invest in the stock market increase with education. And with the opposite side, of course, the probability to join a gamble decreases with the level of education. Yeah, so that's the only variables that have explanatory power across all the columns. Yeah, so of course, risk aversion and financial literacy have a lot of explanatory power for stock market investment, but do not have for gamble. So the timeline of the model very quickly. So the government sets the lottery price and the corporate tax profits. The investor observe the price and the tax profits and allocate that, so to make the decision, allocate the endowment. The government gathers the lottery jackpot, the firm raises capital, the firm hires the individual and use capital and L to produce the output. The bank stores the individuals into riskless deposits. That's time zero. Time one, the bank returns the deposit at riskless interest rates. The government collects taxes on corporate profits. The firm pays the wage to the worker. Then the firm is liquidated. That's a simple stacking model. And the liquidation value is distributed to the shareholder. The fraction alpha of the jackpot is awarded to the winner as a prize. And the remaining part is retained by the government as implicit taxes. And so the government uses these implicit taxes on gambling and the corporate tax profits to produce the public good, so that an individual receives the payoff from the investment, the public good from the government, and consume the final wealth. Then we solve this model by a two-stage backward induction, where the government sets alpha and tau, and then the individuals allocate. The task here is that, of course, everything is the share of people participating in gambling or going to the bank depends on the policy of the government. So, of course, then we go for a numerical algorithm. Then I will, of course, save you now. Let me show some picture. Yeah? When people have, let's say, the case where people have correct beliefs, so everyone understands well the probabilities involved in the lottery, so there is no misunderstanding of those probabilities, then the gamble, of course, is a negative net present value project. So there is no reason to invest. Apart that, if there is no a bank, there is a kind of issuance to transfer the wealth into the next period. Yeah, to avoid the cost to access the stock market, so the losses related to the investment in the stock market. Okay, so if there is no a bank, gambling emerges only as a form of insurance to transfer wealth. Yeah? And then, people just split. That's the share of population. So people split. So that's one is 100%. So people split between gambling, that's the solid line, and joining the stock market. Okay? So when the business cycle is very low, everyone gambles. Then when the business cycle improves, then people start to shift from gambling to stock market investment. And given that the rationale of gambling is just to for less educated people to avoid losses in the stock market, then when there is a bank, instead, of course, gambling is completely replaced. Yeah? There is no absolute reason to gamble, in the case of people understanding correctly the probabilities involved in the lottery. Okay? And that's the result, of course, of decision of the government that uses alpha and tau, so the lottery price and the corporate tax rate, as drivers to drive the individual choices. So when there is no bank, so the corporate tax profit is zero when the government is inefficient. So the government is aware of its inefficiency, so does not want to charge any corporate tax profits. Instead, renders the entire prize, the entire jackpot as a prize to the players in order to provide this insurance to the gamblers, to the individuals. While he pushed down to zero this price, so basically you have 100% of tax rate on gambling, to push the individuals to stock, so to join the stock market when the business cycle is good. If there is instead a bank, then the government immediately, even if the business cycle is very low, then charges 100% of tax rate on gambling in order to drive all the individuals to invest in the stock market. Then, when... Yes.
Maybe it's me. So, maybe, sorry. Maybe it's me, but I don't understand something. So you're using gambling as stock market is substitute along the cycle. So people that gamble are the ones that also go to the stock market. Are you sure they are exactly the same?
So the same.
Individuals. So individual, they choose whether to go to the stock market when the cycle is up. Otherwise, they gamble when it goes down.
I mean, some of them do something, and some of them does.
Yeah, I got the impression they are totally different people that invest into stock market or they gamble. So they're completely different individual with different characteristics.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we divide in terms of education. Yeah, so that's the only characteristic that for us in our model explains this difference between people that goes to gamble and people that go into the stock market according to the level of business cycle. And we have motivated this assumption on the simple, probit analysis, where we show that basically education is the only variable.
No, I see the result. But so when the cycle is up, okay, what do people that usually gamble do?
Well, not in that case. That will show you that for some other cases also people, when the business cycle is high, gamble anyway. We are talking here about, just as a baseline, to have a benchmark, only the case where people have correct beliefs, about the probabilities involved in the lottery. Then I agree with you that when people have incorrect beliefs, so misunderstand the probability involved in the lottery, that anyway there will be someone that gambled. And that will be in a couple of slides.
Okay, thank you.
Question which might be related to Laura's one. I have the impression, I'm not an expert in gambling, but people with low wealth, they gamble. In order to access the stock market, you need at least an initial endowment. So how a significant endowment, no? We have this naive idea. So how can this be incorporated in your model? Seems to me that it's important to have a different endowment. Unless everything here is endogenous, so people start with a different income because the hiring of them is endogenous. Can you explain this? Because it's against at least my intuition.
So you are suggesting to have an heterogeneous endowment, right?
Or two types of agents, okay? One endowed with something at the beginning, and one type who is endowed with nothing, to make the story simple. And I would expect those who are endowed with a euro at the beginning to go towards the stock market and the others to gamble. Obviously, you need a dynamic story. You can't stay with a static choice, but it seems to me more intuitive. It would respond more to my intuition. I don't know whether.
So having an heterogeneous endowment will be, of course, an extension of the model, and from our point of view, even a simple extension of the model. But at the time B, we want to underline the effect of heterogeneity in terms of education. Yeah? Because if we pose also the heterogeneity in terms of endowment, that would be much more difficult to isolate and to show, to illustrate the effect in terms of education. So here the model is, let's assume that everyone is the same wealth. So there is not a wealth effect here. Yeah? So we have an heterogeneity in terms of education, and let's see that that is motivated. It's not just it's an assumption of the model, but is motivated by data, by the empirical evidence. Then, because you are true that people that are richer invest in the stock market, but it's not the same true whether people that are poorer gamble. That is not clear, that evidence. So we don't want to take a position. But we'll do that extension to cover also that part. For the time we want to underline, to highlight the role of education that has these two effects. what matters here, really apart the precise definition of gambling, is that is a kind of risky opportunity, so where you can gain money without basically any cost to access it. So while I mean in the stock market you have cost to access it, that's also a kind of risky opportunity. The gambling here is presented as something where you can just play, totally effortless, and hope to have a huge gain. So it's a huge definition, but going in, inside a different specific type of gambles, of course, that's probably a bit out of what we can do at the moment. So we want to summarize everything that can be alternative, of course, to the stock market investment. It can be implemented without any knowledge, without any effort, without any cost, and give you the hope to have a huge gain from a small investment. Yeah, that's a survey. That's a question posed to the people, asking, did you join a gamble during the last year? Have you joined a gamble, ever joined a gamble during the last year? And 36% of people have joined a gamble, but then only 4% of people have both joined a gamble and played and invested in the stock market. So that's, more important that for us, more important than the 36% is the 4% that, highlights a quite clear dichotomy between these two opportunities. So let me, 2 minutes. So let me go to the more realistic case, okay? So where we have an efficient government, for the Netherlands, does it work? That means that the amount returning to the individuals from the government is larger than the amount collected from taxes, and there is the bank opportunity. Even more. Okay, so sorry. Yes. So there is a typo there. So lambda is greater than 1, but that doesn't matter. So here still, the beliefs are correct. So then I will underline you the difference when even the more realistic case where people misunderstand these probabilities. So when there is the bank opportunity, so what does the government that is efficient does? So charge a zero price, so it means 100% taxes on gambling to push all the individuals to the stock markets. And then we have a progressive tax rate that increases with a business cycle, so that the governments absorb also to a redistribution effect. Okay? In terms of education, not in terms of endowment, because it knows that more educated people will end up in having more wealth. So by charging a progressive tax rate, then it cross-subsidize, the less educated individuals. Okay? And that's the effect in terms of welfare. Okay? So the government that is efficient, of course, produces more welfare than the government that is inefficient. That's trivial. But the less trivial thing is that this surplus created by the government is evident only when there is not the opportunity to store the money into a bank deposit. Okay? So when there is this opportunity, the margin is much lower, and this effect is due to the, let's say, distortionary mechanism induced by the bank deposit that basically create a sort of unproductive financial income. Okay, so divert from the stock market. So if I can use the bank, I don't invest in the stock market, so I don't provide funds to the firm, so I don't create a job, and I don't return taxes on corporate profits, and I also divert with the bank from gambling, so I don't give back money to the government to return as a public good. Yeah? So the last two plots. When people misunderstanding the probability, so they really overestimate the probability to win the lottery, and the severity of this overestimation is proportional to the level of illiteracy, then gambling emerge anyway. So even if there is a bank, even if there is opportunity to invest in the stock markets, then in any way people gamble, even if the business cycle is very good. So when the business cycle is very low instead, then people split between bank deposit and gambling. So the more educated just leave the money into the bank, and the less educated gamble.
then we have a kind of double shift. Yeah, so when the business cycle is going better, then the more educated people go to the stock market. Okay, so leave the money from the bank and buy stocks. And then the second shift, when the business cycle is really going good, then also the people that were gambling before, so that was the less educated one, are finally entering in the stock market. But then, anyway, I mean, a portion that, I mean, our simulation is around 30%, so something that looks like, I mean, the actual data, then still gamble, even with a good business cycle and with the presence of a bank deposit. And that's it. I mean, so the last thing that, I mean, we have also the effect of redistribution, so we can measure, I mean, for instance, very simply, the Gini coefficient, so to have the effect of efficient government, not much in terms of personal wealth, but much in terms of total utility. That means the personal wealth plus the public could receive by the government. And so the efficient government is able to push down the Gini coefficient, so improves equality, let's say, so diminishes inequality when the business cycle, I mean, is going, I mean, very well. So then, I mean, apart to wrap up, I mean, we have additional results in terms of labor market participation, of course, because the labor market participation in this model is completely endogenous, total firm productivity, and also stock market return that absolutely no time to show. So what we are going to address then, I mean, is to endogenize education. So that now is taken as given this heterogeneous distribution of education, to endogenize as a potential action of the government. Endogenize, but that's not much important actually for the outcome of the paper, but endogenize salary and good price, to have an heterogeneous endowment, then to study tax evasion, because the good advantage of gambling is that you cannot make tax evasion. Yeah, you gamble, and that's already paid the tax. When instead you make profits as a corporation, you can potentially perform tax evasion. So that's a good advantage potentially of gambling from the social point of view, in terms of, I mean, there is not the opportunity to make evasion, of course, on paying taxes on gambling. And then to have a debt market, other than the stock market, to finance the capital of the firm, and so to make the firm also defaultable. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Raffaele. So I think that we can have at least 5 minutes for the last question. Let me just say that also this workshop marks the end of a project coordinated by CeRP. And so let me also thank Silvia Maero for the outstanding support throughout this period, and also Alberto and the other staff of the Collegio also for organizing today's workshop. So, final questions to both Raffaele and Anna. If there are. I have just a curiosity on papers presented by Anna. So if I got it right, basically the proxy that you use for democratic policies are the share of public expenditure and inequality at country level. I was wondering whether you have also data, or you have a look at the redistributive effect of public policies, which is something related to your proxies, because then I think that could be also related to the literature on preferences for redistribution, and so looking at the relation between financial literacy and preferences for redistribution. Just because there are still people connected online, and thanks also to them for staying with us.
The best ones. And yes, I will check maybe later, so this is a good idea. There is another paper which relates this kind of understanding to to indicators of liberty, and some more other kinds of democratic outcomes which are not related to public budgets. But that's a good idea, so I'll check for it. Thanks.
Elsa?
To the people who have contributed to the workshop, to those who have participated here in presence or online. It has been nice to be in presence and addressing questions, not through a a computer. And so I want to thank you all. I very much agree on thanks to Silvia and all the equipe here. And of course to Alberto, he's still there, and he was there. Alberto, grazie molte. And have a nice weekend. I hope we really can go quickly towards a normal life, of work, of research, of travel, because really someone said I'm fed up, and I am also fed up with this. Ok, grazie a tutti, grazie a voi.